Chapter 177 The Outbreak of a War. Young master, leave quickly, don't worry about us. One of the core elders shouted. Kill. Kill. However, Lu Ming's killing intent soared to the heavens. His aura exploded as he swept his spear at the Duanmu family members. Kill him. Lu Yunxiong shouted. Buzz. Buzz. One after another, sabers were unsheathed. The Duanmu family's burly men roared in anger and slashed at Lu Ming. Dozens of people attacked together. However, Lu Ming's long spear swept past and the saber light collapsed. 5 to 6 burly men were swept away by Lu Ming like cannonballs. They crashed into the walls of the courtyard and slid down like mud, not breathing at all. Kill. Lu Ming shouted angrily and swept his spear again, killing another 7 to 8 burly men. These were all martial artists at the Master Realm. They were far inferior to Lu Ming. Attack! Great Martial Master, attack! Lu Yunxiong was furious. On the stairs, more than a dozen Grandmaster Realm martial artists dashed out and pounced on Lu Ming. The weakest of the dozen or so Great Martial Masters was at the 1st grade Great Martial Master Realm, and the strongest was at the 5th grade Great Martial Master Realm. More than a dozen people joined forces, and their power was astonishing. Landslide. In an instant, Lu Ming burst out with all his strength without holding back. Bloodline, power of fire, all of them were unleashed, and his combat strength was fully unleashed. During this period of time, Lu Ming had made great progress. Before he came out, he had finally achieved small success in the force of fire. The force of fire was at the initial success stage and its power was extremely terrifying. It made Lu Ming look like he was filled with scorching heat, as if he was a volcano with raging flames. Boom! Lu Ming did not care about the attacks. He swept his long spear with the force of a landslide. Bang! Bang! The result was the same as before. Lu Ming crushed them like rotten wood. 4 to 5 Grandmaster Realm powerhouses were sent flying. Their bones were broken and their internal organs were shattered. They died before they even landed on the ground. Strong, unbelievably strong. Lu Yunxiong and the others gasped in shock and anger. Li Ping and the 3 core elders were shocked and overjoyed. Kill. Lu Ming's killing intent was like the tide, his aura was like a rainbow, and his eyes were bloodshot. Boom. He swept his spear again and killed a few more Great Master Realm experts. Lu Ming held the spear in his hand and was like an undefeatable god of war. He killed his way through as if no one was there. The Duanmu family members were shocked and couldn't help but retreat. This kid can't be left alive. He's too terrifying. Ning Kong, Lu Yunxiong, and the others roared in their hearts. They were extremely shocked. Every time he saw Lu Ming, he would realize that Lu Ming's abilities would increase by a huge margin as if it would never stop. I'll kill him. Ning Kong bellowed and pounced at Lu Ming like an eagle. In the air, he struck out with his palm. Ning Kong, a 9th grade Great Martial Master, struck out with an earth-shattering palm. The space rumbled and the air exploded. A terrifying pressure surged toward Lu Ming. Ancient Shield. An ancient shield appeared in front of Lu Ming. Explode. At the same time, Lu Ming unleashed his most powerful move, blasting it at Ning Kong's palm force. Boom. A terrifying blast of air rolled in all directions and Lu Ming's attack was crushed. The powerful palm force continued to blast toward Lu Ming. Li Ping turned pale with fright. At this moment, Li Ping was being led by 3 core elders and retreated to a corner of the courtyard. Clang! The powerful palm force slammed into the shield in front of Lu Ming, causing a violent explosion. The ancient shield trembled continuously and then exploded with a loud bang. Lu Ming's body was thrown backward more than 20 meters and he crashed heavily into a wall before he stopped. He spat out a mouthful of blood. A 9th grade Great Martial Master is indeed powerful. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. Just now, he had already resisted with all his strength. First, he used the move of explosion to cut off a part of the palm power of the other party, and then he used the ancient shield spell to block it. Even with his complete second-grade physical body, he was still injured by the palm. My bloodline is indeed useless against an existence 5 levels higher than me. Lu Ming sighed secretly. Just now, the time for his bloodline to burst out hadn't ended yet. He could have devoured half of the attack, but it had failed. Ning Kong's cultivation was 7 levels higher than his. The difference was too great. Lu Ming was shocked. He did not know that Ning Kong and the others were even more shocked. Lu Ming had managed to block Ning Kong's palm. Although he was injured, he was not killed. This was unbelievable. Especially Ning Kong himself, who was even more shocked. One should know that he was a 9th-grade great martial master. Although he did not use his full strength, he was confident that even an 8th-grade great martial master would be injured by his palm. What cultivation level was Lu Ming at? 2nd-grade great martial master realm. How was this possible? An Earth-rank martial skill. You actually cultivated an Earth-rank martial skill? The old man from the Duanmu family who had been sitting on the wooden armchair shouted madly. What? An Earth-rank martial skill? The others were even more shocked. Earth-rank martial arts skills were extremely rare, and the difficulty of practicing them was even more shocking. Weren't they usually only practiced by martial arts grandmasters? Lu Ming was only a 2nd-grade great martial master and he had successfully cultivated it. Kill, we must kill him. At this moment, Lu Yunxiong, Ning Kong, and the elder from the Duanmu family were all screaming in their hearts. They were afraid. Lu Ming's talent was too terrifying. If he was allowed to grow, only God knew what he would become. That would be their disaster. Only by killing them in the cradle could they avoid this disaster. Boom! The aura on Ning Kong's body grew. The old man from the Duanmu family also released his aura. He was at the peak of the 9th-grade great martial master realm, and he was even stronger than Ning Kong. Lu Ming, you're going to die today. Lu Yunxiong roared. Oh, really? You're the one who will die today. Lu Ming's voice was very indifferent. Ming, hurry up and leave. You're not their match yet. As long as you leave, they won't dare to do anything to me. Li Ping shouted, extremely worried. The few of them were too powerful. Lu Ming was obviously not their match. Mother, don't worry. I'll kill whoever hurts you, even if he's at the end of the world. Lu Ming smiled faintly. At this moment, his hand glowed, and the blazing tongue spear disappeared. In its place was the demon subduing spear. Beast soul, I didn't expect to use it so soon. Lu Ming muttered. That's right, he planned to merge with the beast soul and fight with Ning Kong and the others. The demon subduing spear had 2.5 beast souls. 2 of them were at the peak of martial ancestor realm, and were known as half-step king warrior beast souls. The other half was a king-level beast soul. Lu Ming intended to fuse the beast soul of a peak martial arts grandmaster. However, there was a huge risk involved. With Lu Ming's current cultivation and physical strength, he was not confident that he could withstand the backlash. However, this was the only way. Beast soul, come out. The demon subduing spear shook and a beast's roar was heard. A giant black wolf flew into Lu Ming's body. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming's body exploded with an extremely powerful aura. This aura was powerful, evil, brutal, and filled with bloodlust. Roar! Lu Ming could not help but roar. His voice did not sound like that of a human but like that of a wolf. Not good. He is fusing with a beast soul. It is a powerful beast soul. Stop him. The elder from the Duanmu family roared in shock and anger. Chapter 178 Killing Ning Kong. Boom! Boom! The elder from the Duanmu family and Ning Kong made their moves. Two terrifying attacks were directed at Lu Ming. Roar! Lu Ming roared and leaped forward, sweeping his long spear horizontally. The air exploded, the space trembled, and water-like ripples appeared. With two loud bangs, the elder from the Duanmu family and Ning Kong trembled and were sent flying backward. Ning Kong was even worse off. He spat out a mouthful of blood. How can he be so strong? What level is that demonic beast? Ning Kong cried out in disbelief. With such a powerful beast soul, he won't be able to hold on for long. He'll explode from the power of the beast soul. Let's attack together and make him explode faster. The elder from the Duanmu family roared. At this moment, Lu Ming was indeed under great pressure. The violent energy of the beast soul was rampaging in his body. It was extremely violent. His muscles and bones were groaning as if they were about to burst at any moment. Even his complete Grade 2 body could not withstand it. At this moment, a blood-red light flashed from his spine, and a powerful devouring force came out. The devouring power had offset most of the violent tearing force. This greatly reduced the pressure on Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming let out a long howl and strode forward. His target was Lu Yunxiong. He had to kill Lu Yunxiong. Save me! Lu Yunxiong's face turned pale with fright. His legs trembled as he retreated. At that moment, the elder from the Duanmu family and Ning Kong arrived again. The other members of the Duanmu family also joined in the attack. Beams of sword chi, saber radiance, and palm force tore through the air and attacked Lu Ming. Sky-ripping wolf. Lu Ming roared, his long hair dancing in the wind and his aura demonic. As the spear stabbed out, wolf howls were heard. From the spear, huge black wallovers flew out. This was the combat skill of the beast soul of the giant black wolf. As it had been integrated with the beast soul, Lu Ming could use it for a short period of time. The black wallovers pounced at the Duanmu family's experts with their claws. Ah! Ah! Miserable shrieks rose and fell as more than a dozen Duanmu family men were torn apart. The elder of the Duanmu family and Ning Kong were forced back by 7 or 8 black wallovers. Kill! 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 Lu Ming wielded his spear and charged at the remaining Duanmu family members like a tiger charging into a flock of sheep. Blood splattered everywhere, and the air was filled with blood. At this moment, Lu Ming had turned into a god of death, slaughtering to his heart's content. Every time a spear shadow flashed, a person would be killed. In just a few breaths, more than 20 people had been killed. Yama, Yama, go! The remaining 10 Duanmu family members were scared out of their wits and ran for their lives. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he killed a few more people. Retreat. Lu Ming is no match for us now. Let's retreat first. The old man from the Duanmu family was so frightened that his face was trembling. He roared repeatedly and then let out a long howl. Ga ga. Then, a bird cry came from the sky. The 2 eagles flew down. You want to retreat? Stay here. Die. Lu Ming shouted and swept his long spear. Boom! Boom! The elder from the Duanmu family and Ning Kong joined forces and exchanged a blow with Lu Ming. However, the result was that the two of them were forced to retreat. Ning Kong's face turned pale and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Let's go. The old man from the Duanmu family used the force to retreat to Lu Yunxiong's side. He grabbed Lu Yunxiong and shot up 100 meters into the sky. Even though a 9th grade great martial master couldn't fly, he could still leap a few hundred meters high. At this time, the 2 eagles had also reached this distance. The elder from the Duanmu family and Lu Yunxiong landed on the back of a huge condor. The condor screeched and soared into the sky. Lu Yunxiong was Lu Yao's father and Duanmu Lin's future father-in-law. He had an extraordinary status, so of course he had to save him. Bang! At this moment, Ning Kong took a step forward and his body rose high into the air as well, flying towards the other large eagle. Stay here. Lu Ming bellowed. His body shot up into the sky like a cannonball and charged towards Ning Kong. Landslide. The long spear was like a mountain pressing down as it charged towards Ning Kong. Blood butcher. Die. Ning Kong roared and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. He exerted all his strength and struck out a few times with a terrifying aura. His blood and palm energy condensed to form several blood-red palm prints that flew toward Lu Ming. Ning Kong was going all out. He had even used his secret skill. However, it still could not stop Lu Ming. The fusion of the beast's soul at the peak of the martial arts Grandmaster realm made Lu Ming's strength infinitely close to the martial arts Grandmaster realm. He stood at the peak of the martial Grandmaster realm. Ning Kong was no match for him at all. As the long spear struck down, the palm prints were destroyed one by one. Ning Kong coughed up blood and flew back. Using this self-mutilating method, he finally landed on the back of the large eagle. Lu Ming's body was falling. Lu Ming, you're dreaming if you think you can kill me. You've killed so many people from the Duanmu family. They won't let you off no matter what. Ning Kong laughed. But as he laughed, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned as white as a sheet. That's right, Lu Ming. Just you wait for the Duanmu family's wrath. Your Lu family will be burned to ashes in this fury. The elder from the Duanmu family and Lu Yunxiong were riding on a huge eagle, floating thousands of meters in the air. The old man from the Duanmu family said coldly. The Duanmu family had suffered heavy losses in this battle. Even he himself had been forced to flee. This was a great humiliation, and the anger in his heart burned. Lu Ming, just wait for your death. Lu Yunxiong roared. Who allowed you to leave? All of a sudden, a cold voice came out of Lu Ming's mouth as he was falling. His feet suddenly stomped in the air and his body actually stopped falling. Instead, he rushed up. At this moment, his strength had increased dramatically, and even the power of his soaring steps had increased by a large margin. Why would I? Ning Kong was shocked. He was only a few hundred meters above the ground. It was too late for him to fly up. He could only try his best to control the eagle and escape. The eagle spread its wings and flew forward rapidly. Die! Lu Ming bellowed. He held the spear in one hand and bent his body into a bow shape. Then, the spear was thrown out. With his body as a bow and his spear as an arrow, the long spear whistled like a bolt of lightning. It was unbelievably fast. This was Lu Ming's all-out spear attack. In an instant, it crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and stabbed Ning Kong. No! Ning Kong wailed, but it was too late for him to dodge due to his severe injuries. Poochie! The long spear pierced through Ning Kong's chest, bringing out a stream of blood. There was a big hole in Ning Kong's chest, and his eyes were filled with extreme unwillingness and fear. As for the eagle, it was shocked by the killing intent of the spear. It wailed repeatedly and actually stopped in the air. Whoosh! Lu Ming took a few steps back and crossed hundreds of meters in an instant, landing on the back of the large eagle. Lu Ming, Lu Ming! Ning Kong cried out in despair. Then, his life force dissipated and he stopped breathing. Let's go. Above, Lu Yunxiong and the elder from the Duanmu family were so scared that they almost peed their pants. They quickly urged the eagle to fly in the direction of the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming raised his head and took a look. He circulated the essential qi in his body and burst it out. The eagle under his feet wailed and obediently followed his orders, falling down. Ming, are you all right? Li Ping quickly walked over and asked with concern. Mother, I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled. Chapter 179 Pursuit. Young Master. Young Master. The 3 core elders of the Lu clan were shocked. Their young master had actually grown to this stage. In their eyes, the Duanmu family's expert was so powerful that he was invincible. However, in Lu Ming's hands, he was like a baby who could not fight back at all. In their hearts, other than shock, there was still shock. They were unable to calm down for a long time. 3 elders, please take care of my mother. Lu Ming looked at the 3 core elders. Yes. The 3 core elders said subconsciously. Ming, what do you want to do? Li Ping's expression changed. Lu Yunxiong must die. Mother, don't worry. I'll be fine. Lu Ming smiled. Then, Lu Ming's blood meridian was condensed. Lu Ming did not avoid it. He opened his mouth and sucked. The blood essence of the Duanmu family's experts who had died in the courtyard flew out and gathered toward Lu Ming. There were a few 5th and 4th grade Grandmaster realm martial artists among them. They were of great help to Lu Ming. Mother, I'm leaving. Lu Ming said and leaped onto the big eagle. Ming, be careful. Li Ping shouted. Mother, don't worry. Lu Ming nodded his head solemnly. He then stepped on the condor. The condor screeched and flew into the sky. The condor soared into the sky and the Lu clan disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming controlled the condor and chased after Lu Yunxiong and the others. At this moment, Lu Ming's aura was rapidly declining. The power of the beast soul was finally exhausted. Lu Ming had returned to his original level, but he felt a sharp pain all over his body. This was caused by the impact of the beast soul's power on his body. It's a good thing I have the spirit-devouring bloodline, which devoured most of the power. Otherwise, with my current cultivation and physical body, I really wouldn't be able to withstand it. Lu Ming thought to himself. After that, he continued to refine the power of his blood essence and started to recover his genuine qi and repair his body. Not long after, the blood essence had been completely refined. Among them, the blood essence of a few 5th grade Grandmaster experts was of great help to Lu Ming. His cultivation broke through to the peak of the 2nd grade Grandmaster realm in one go. As for his physical injuries, they had almost recovered. At this moment, Lu Ming's gaze fell on Ning Kong's corpse on the back of the condor. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Ning Kong was a 9th grade Grandmaster expert. His blood essence was definitely terrifying. Lu Ming did not want to miss it, but he did not dare to devour it rashly. The blood essence of a 9th grade great martial master isn't something I can devour and refine right now. I'm afraid my bloodline will explode if I devour it. Lu Ming pondered. There was a limit to how much blood a bloodline could devour. Lu Ming felt that devouring experts who were 3 to 4 levels higher than him was already a little strenuous. His blood vessels would expand. The blood essence of a 9th grade great martial master was equivalent to the blood essence of more than 60,000 2nd grade great martial masters. There were more than 60,000 of them. It was too terrifying. Lu Ming guessed that if he devoured them, his blood vessels would explode from the violent energy. Forget it. I can't be too greedy. I'll just swallow a drop and see. Lu Ming made up his mind. He then controlled his blood meridian and carefully devoured a drop of blood essence. Boom! In an instant, it was as if a volcano had erupted in his blood meridian. Violent energy wreaked havoc. Lu Ming's spirit-devouring blood meridian, which was originally in the shape of a small snake less than a meter long, swelled up at this moment. Its length had increased by several times, and its thickness had also increased by 10 times. The energy was too terrifying. Even if it was just a drop of blood essence, its energy was equivalent to the blood essence of more than 7,000 2nd grade Grandmaster realm martial artists. Refine, refine. Lu Ming bellowed. He controlled his blood meridian with all his might and started refining it crazily. And NBSP, hoo-hoo. Streams of pure energy gushed into Lu Ming's body. He circulated the true war dragon technique continuously to absorb the energy and convert it into essential qi. Lu Ming's cultivation level increased rapidly. However, Lu Ming controlled the blood meridian and most of the energy essence was absorbed by the blood meridian itself to improve the level of the blood meridian. Otherwise, the energy was too huge and Lu Ming would not be able to absorb it. Only about 20% of the energy was converted into genuine qi. The other 80% was used to upgrade the level of the bloodline. Lu Ming's cultivation was rapidly approaching the third-grade Great Martial Master realm. Boom! Half an hour later, Lu Ming's body shook. He had broken through to the third-grade Grandmaster realm. After breaking through to the third-grade Grandmaster realm, Lu Ming's refining speed had increased greatly. There was a constant flow of energy being converted into essential qi. Early third-grade Great Master realm, middle third-grade Great Master realm. When he reached the mid-third-grade Great Martial Master realm, his soul-devouring bloodline let out a roar. Immediately after, the sixth blood-red chakra shone brightly. His bloodline had advanced to the sixth level. With a sixth-level bloodline, the devouring power was greatly enhanced, and the speed of refining blood essence was also greatly increased. The body of the spirit-devouring bloodline was slowly shrinking. 18 hours later, Ning Kong's drop of blood essence had been completely refined. On the other hand, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of the third-grade Grandmaster realm in one fell swoop. He was only one step away from the fourth-grade Grandmaster realm. Of course, this was because most of the essence had been used to improve the level of his bloodline. This also caused Lu Ming's blood meridian to rise to the peak of level 6. His 6 meridian cycles were bright and full, as if a new meridian cycle could be born at any time. The higher one's bloodline level was, the more blood essence one would need to advance. However, Lu Ming's bloodline had advanced by an entire level this time. One could only imagine how terrifying the blood essence of a 9th-grade Grandmaster was. Lu Ming opened his eyes and looked at Ning Kong's corpse. He felt that it was a pity. Half a day had passed, and the essence of Ning Kong's blood essence had dissipated. The higher a martial artist's cultivation, the slower the dissipation of their blood essence after death. However, for a 9th-grade Great Martial Master, the essence of their blood essence would dissipate in 3 hours at most. Genuine qi burst out, and Ning Kong's corpse fell down. With one less person, the condor's speed increased greatly, and it quickly chased forward. A few hours later, he could see a black dot in the distance. It was Lu Yunxiong and the others. It's Lu Ming. Lu Ming has caught up with us. Clearly, Lu Yunxiong had also noticed Lu Ming and was so shocked that he cried out. This little bastard still dares to chase after me? Is his beast soul power still there? How is that possible? The elder from the Duanmu family had a dark expression. Lu Yunxiong, I've told you that you're going to die. You can't escape. Lu Ming shouted, his voice was extremely cold. What do we do? Elder Chow, what do we do? Lu Yunxiong mumbled, frightened out of his wits. Could it be that the power of this little bastard's beast soul really hasn't dissipated? Or, he still has another beast soul? The elder from the Duanmu family was called Duanmu Chow. He was deep in thought as he looked at Lu Ming behind him with fear in his eyes. There's no need to rush. We're almost at the mystical sword sect. Once we reach the sect, Lu Ming, that little bastard, won't be able to do anything to us. At that time, he'll be the one to die instead of us. Duanmu Chow said with a dark expression. It would take about 10 days to get from Fiery Wind City to the mystical sword sect on a green scale horse, but it would only take about a day to get there by riding the condor. And now, they were only a few hours away from the mystical sword sect. Killing their way into the White Tiger Hall. Hurry up and fly. Hurry, hurry. Duanmu Chow's Jinshi burst out and surged into the condor's body. The condor shrieked as if it had been stimulated by something. It sped up and rushed forward. The two eagles, one in front and one behind, were about 10,000 meters apart as they quickly flew towards the mystical sword sect. On Lu Ming's side, as there was one less person, their speed was faster. The distance between them was slowly closing. However, it was still impossible to catch up to him in a short time. Soon, 3 hours had passed. The distance between them was only about 2,000 meters. However, they were already close to the mystical sword sect's territory. We're almost there. We're finally almost there. Lu Ming, you still want to kill me? Dream on. Lu Yunxiong laughed hysterically. However, the killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes did not diminish and was still extremely strong. Buzz. Buzz. Soon, the mountain gate of the mystical sword sect was in sight. The eagle screeched and flew over the mystical sword sect's mountain gate, heading toward the White Tiger Hall. However, Lu Ming did not show any signs of stopping. He continued to give chase. What's going on? Why hasn't Lu Ming stopped? Lu Yunxiong was a little confused. It's fine. He's just bluffing. Lu Ming won't dare to mess around when we get to the White Tiger Hall. Duanmu Chao said confidently. One after the other, the two eagles flew past the mountain gate of the mystical sword sect. Then who's on the eagle? The one in front seems to be the chief elder of the White Tiger Hall. The one behind him looks familiar. Wait, Lu Ming. It's Lu Ming. Lu Ming? What? Lu Ming. It's really Lu Ming. Oh my god, Lu Ming is not dead. It's really him. Lu Ming is not dead. Instantly, the entire mystical sword sect was in an uproar, and the news spread like wildfire. Lu Yunxiong, I don't care where you run to. I'll kill you today. Lu Ming's voice, filled with killing intent, reverberated throughout the front mountain of the mystical sword sect. This is bad. Senior brother Lu Ming is going to kill the people of the White Tiger Hall. By the looks of it, he's going to kill all the way to the White Tiger Hall. No, I have to tell Pang Shi, Feng Wu, and the others about this. I'll have them inform Elder Mulan. A few of the Vermilion Bird's disciples' expressions changed drastically as they rushed toward the Vermilion Bird. Who? In front of them, Lu Yunxiong and Duanmu Chao were riding on a huge condor, quickly heading towards the White Tiger Hall. They were about to arrive. Lu Ming was in hot pursuit 1,000 meters behind. The sight of two huge eagles flying above the mystical sword sect without restraint naturally caused a commotion. Lu Ming isn't dead. He's in hot pursuit of the chief elder of the White Tiger Hall and threatened to kill Lu Yunxiong. Who's Lu Yunxiong? You're so ignorant, right? Duanmu Lin's fiancée, Lu Yao, you should know her, right? Lu Yunxiong is Lu Yao's father, and I've also heard that Lu Yao and Lu Ming are from the same clan. I see. But how is it possible that Lu Ming is chasing after a chief elder? I don't know, but something big is definitely going to happen. Let's go and take a look. Below the mystical sword sect, a large group of people gathered and headed towards the White Tiger Hall. A few minutes later, Lu Yunxiong and Duanmu Chao arrived at the White Tiger Hall first. The huge eagle landed on a huge square in the White Tiger Hall. As soon as it landed, the condor began to foam at the mouth and twitched on the ground. Along the way, this large eagle had burned its potential and finally could not hold on any longer. Lu Yunxiong and Duanmu Chao jumped down and stood on the square. The two of them felt much more at ease when they arrived. We're finally safe. Lu Yunxiong was overjoyed. He looked like he had not recovered from the shock. He had really been scared out of his wits by Lu Ming. Don't worry. Lu Ming won't dare to make a move here even if he has 10 more guts. I'll report this to the dean and I'll personally bring people to take Lu Ming down. He's killed so many people from the Duanmu family. No one can save him. Duanmu Chao put his hands behind his back and returned to his calm expression. The White Tiger Hall was the Duanmu family's headquarters. Who would dare to come here and kill? Unless he didn't want to live. He was certain that Lu Ming was about to stop. Lu Ming really stopped. He drove the big eagle and floated in the air above the square. Impudent. Lu Ming, you've killed dozens of my Duanmu family's men, and now you're driving a condor into the White Tiger Hall? You're so audacious and sinful. Get down on your knees and beg for mercy right now, and I might leave you with an intact corpse. Duanmu Chao chided with his hands behind his back. Huh, Lu Ming, come on. Didn't you want to kill me? If you have the ability, come down and kill me, haha. Lu Yunxiong laughed out loud and looked at Lu Ming with contempt. But the next moment, the smile on his face froze. This was because Lu Ming had jumped down from the condor and landed heavily on the square with a loud boom. He stomped on the stone slabs on the square and crushed them, sending gravel flying. You don't have to shout. I've said it before, I'll definitely kill you. It's useless no matter where you hide. Lu Ming walked towards Lu Yunxiong, step by step. Lu Ming, what are you doing? How dare you? This is the White Tiger Hall. Lu Yunxiong's expression changed drastically. He couldn't help but take a few steps back as he shrieked. However, Lu Ming's eyes were extremely cold. He only said one word, kill. How arrogant. Men, Lu Ming has killed dozens of people from the Duanmu family. He's gone mad and has lost his mind. Let's attack together and kill him. Duanmu Chao could no longer remain calm as he roared. There were many people from the White Tiger Hall in the square. At that moment, one of them rushed over. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. He's not dead. I don't care if he's dead or not. How dare he kill so many of my Duanmu family's people? He didn't die before, but he's dead now. Attack and kill him. Some of them were Asilavira-ranked disciples of the White Tiger Hall, while some were middle-aged men. They had been cultivating for many years, and most of them were at the martial Grandmaster realm. Those in the Master realm didn't dare to rush over. Boom! Lu Ming held the demon-subduing spear in his hand. His aura was wild, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He shouted coldly, my target is Lu Yunxiong and the other man. If you don't want to die, get lost. Arrogant. Let's see what you can do. He's just a bronze disciple. In my eyes, he's nothing. A few Silavira-ranked disciples shouted. These people were all 5th grade Great Martial Masters, and some of them were even 6th grade Great Martial Masters. If that's the case, then kill. Lu Ming's killing intent exploded. He shook the demon-subduing spear and a beast soul fused into his body. The second beast soul at the peak of the martial ancestor realm. In an instant, Lu Ming's aura increased crazily, like a demon. Kill. The long spear swept out, and a spear light as thick as a water bucket and as long as 100 meters appeared, sweeping away thousands of soldiers. Bang! Bang! Dozens of White Tiger Hall disciples were sent flying. A dozen of the weaker ones had their bodies blasted apart. In an instant, more than a dozen great martial masters were killed. CSI. Some of the White Tiger disciples who did not rush forward gasped, their eyes almost popping out. One spear, just one spear, killed more than a dozen martial Grandmaster realm experts, and more than a dozen were seriously injured. It was too powerful. How audacious. How audacious. Lu Ming massacred his fellow disciples. He's going to rebel. A disciple from the White Tiger Hall shouted. I've said it before, it's none of your business. If you don't want to die, get lost. Lu Ming roared, his aura was wild. Chapter 181. Something big happened. You've come to the White Tiger Hall and you're telling us to get lost? How is that possible? Attack. We have to take Lu Ming down and give him the harshest punishment. The White Tiger Hall disciple roared. However, no one was able to get close at the moment. Lu Ming, you're so audacious and arrogant. You'll die today. A long howl was heard, and 3 figures rushed over like the wind. Chief Elder, 3 chief elders, Lu Ming is dead for sure. A disciple of the Duanmu family shouted. Kue Fong, you've come at the right time. Let's attack together and take down Lu Ming, that evil creature. Duan Muqiao roared in ecstasy. I'll kill you first. Lu Ming let out a long howl and charged toward Duan Muqiao. Lu Yunxiong, on the other hand, was hiding behind Duan Muqiao in fear. He had never imagined that Lu Ming would actually dare to attack the White Tiger Hall and kill more than a dozen Grandmaster Realm powerhouses in one move. How could he be so bold? At this moment, even though he was in the White Tiger Hall, he felt a chill in his heart. At the sight of Lu Ming charging at him, his face turned even paler and he retreated frantically. Boom! The long spear in Lu Ming's hands turned into a pillar that held up the sky and shot toward Duan Muqiao. Damn it! Since Lu Yunxiong was behind him, he could not retreat. He could only brace himself to receive Lu Ming's attack. When he clashed with Lu Ming's long spear, his body trembled as if he had been electrocuted. He retreated more than 10 steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. Quickly come and help me! Duan Muqiao roared in shock. Kill! Kill! Finally, the 3 chief elders of the White Tiger Hall arrived. 3 terrifying attacks were launched at Lu Ming. Following that, Duan Muqiao charged toward Lu Ming. 4 9th grade Great Martial Master Realm experts surrounded Lu Ming. Lu Ming let out a long howl and his aura was wild as he fought with 4 9th grade Great Martial Master experts. His energy swept in all directions and the entire square was in a frenzy. Lu Ming was fighting 1 against 4, but he was not at a disadvantage. At this moment, even more people had arrived. Not only were there disciples from the White Tiger Hall, but there were also disciples from other halls. When they saw this scene, everyone's mouth was wide open in disbelief. Lu Ming could actually fight 1 against 4 and fight 4 9th grade Great Martial Master Chief Elders. This was simply unbelievable. The news of Lu Ming's assault on the White Tiger Hall spread like wildfire throughout the mystical sword sect. Vermilion Bird Hall, Lu Ming's dormitory. At this moment, Pang Shi, Mulan, and Feng Wu were sitting together in the courtyard. All of them had serious expressions on their faces, as if they were deep in thought. It's all my fault. I should have followed senior brother Lu Ming and the others when they went to pursue the Dongyi tribe. It's all my fault. Pang Shi clenched his fists so tightly that the veins on his arms were visible as he spoke in pain. Big Rock, don't be silly. This has nothing to do with you. With your cultivation, how could you have followed them? You don't have to blame yourself. Feng Wu said. However, from her pained expression, one could tell that she was very upset. Lu Xuan and Lu Ming, did he really fall just like that? Feng Wu sighed in her heart. When the plane collapses, even a martial arts grandmaster can't escape death, let alone Lu Ming. I don't want to believe you either. Mulan sighed. Her eyes were filled with grief and sorrow. Lu Ming, is this all you've got? Was he just going to leave like this? Originally, I thought that you would grow into a powerful expert. Also, I still owe you a reward. How can you just leave like this? Mulan thought to herself. Also, fuck. Mulan gritted her teeth, her eyes misty. Some time ago, the sect has informed Lu Ming's family. From what I know, Lu Ming's only close relative is his mother. It can be said that Lu Ming is his mother's only hope and reliance. Feng Wu said. As soon as he said that, the atmosphere became even more solemn. Why don't we go to senior brother Lu Ming's house together and visit his mother? I don't want her to be too sad. Pang Shi suggested. I think so too. Let's stay at the Lu residence for a period of time and accompany Lu Ming's mother. Feng Wu also nodded. Then we'll leave tomorrow morning. Mulan said. At this moment, the door of the courtyard was pushed open heavily. 2 young men ran in, panting heavily. Pang Shi, huh? Elder Mulan, it's great that you're all here. Something big has happened. A skinny young man with a head full of brawny men said. Bulls, why are you two in such a hurry? What's the matter? Why are you two so anxious? Feng Wu asked with a slight frown. These two young men were the same batch of disciples as Lu Ming and were very familiar with Pang Shi and the rest. Lu Swan, Lu Ming. It's Lu Ming. He's back. The bulls panted and shouted. Bang! 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 As soon as he finished speaking, Mulan and Feng Wu's auras burst out uncontrollably. At the same time, they jumped up from their seats as if they had been electrocuted. Fuck, what did you say? Senior brother Lu Ming was back. Which Lu Ming? Pang Shi's eyes were wide open, and he was practically roaring. Meanwhile, Mulan and the rest were also staring at Niu Huan with their eyes wide open. Their eyes were filled with an indescribable hope. Of course it's senior brother Lu Ming. He's ranked first on the bronze ranking. The bulls seemed to be infected by their expressions and also roared. Senior brother Lu Ming. Huh, it was really senior brother Lu Ming? Bulls, are you sure you didn't see wrongly? Pang Shi laughed and grabbed the bull's shoulders tightly. Of course I'm not mistaken. Not only the two of us saw it, but many of our fellow disciples saw it too. Another young man said. Lu Ming, run. Mulan clenched her fists tightly as she muttered to herself. Her body was moving up and down as her beautiful eyes flickered with extreme surprise. Lu Ming is not dead. This is great news. Bulls, why are you shouting that something bad has happened? Feng Wu asked after taking a few deep breaths to calm herself down. Senior brother Lu Ming is heading for the White Tiger Hall. The bulls shouted. What? Mulan and the other two turned pale with fright. What's going on? Mulan asked anxiously. I don't know. We only saw senior brother Lu Ming riding on a huge eagle and chasing after elder Duanmu Chao from the White Tiger Hall and a man called Lu Yunxiong. I heard senior brother Lu Ming shouting that he must kill Lu Yunxiong. Duanmu Chao also shouted that senior brother Lu Ming had killed dozens of experts from the Duanmu family. After that, senior brother Lu Ming and the others went to the White Tiger Hall, and we rushed back. The bulls said. Lu Yunxiong? Oh no, did something happen to the Lu family? Lu Yunxiong knows about Lu Ming's death and he wants to take action against the Lu family? Mulan's expression changed. She had stayed in Fiery Wind City for a long time and was quite familiar with the Lu family's affairs, so she could guess the general situation at once. This is bad. Something must have happened to the Lu family. Knowing Lu Ming, he'll definitely kill Lu Yunxiong. However, if he goes to the White Tiger Hall, he'll definitely die. I'll get Grandpa to save him now. Mulan's expression was extremely ugly. After saying that, she rushed out in a hurry. With a flash, her figure disappeared. Let's go to the White Tiger Hall. Mulan, Feng Wu, and the others also hurried toward the White Tiger Hall. Chapter 182 Fighting a Grandmaster. At this moment, not only Mulan and the others, but many other disciples and elders from the four halls also rushed to the White Tiger Hall when they heard the news. In the square of the White Tiger Hall, Lu Ming and the four chief elders had already exchanged dozens of moves. Lu Ming's aura was demonic, and the more he fought, the braver and stronger he became. The more he fought, the more he was able to use the power of the beast soul. Boom! As he pulled out his spear, one of the White Tiger Hall's chief elders was sent flying while coughing up blood. Those who block me shall die. Lu Ming let out a long howl and shot out several spear rays. The spear rays were shocking and seemed to be able to pierce through space. Bang bang bang. The remaining three were sent flying back, spitting out blood. Lu Yunxiong, it's your turn. Lu Ming strode out and charged at Lu Yunxiong. His target had been Lu Yunxiong from the beginning. Don't. Save me. Lu Yunxiong's expression changed drastically. He ran back frantically while screaming. Stop him. Lu Yunxiong is young Master Lin's father-in-law. We can't let him die. Duanmu Chao and the other three roared and pounced on Lu Ming. The violent attacks enveloped Lu Ming's back. If Lu Ming killed Lu Yunxiong, he would be killed as well. Lu Ming's eyes flashed fiercely and he roared, "Then I'll kill you guys first." Whoosh! Lu Ming turned around and thrust his spear behind him. The spear was as fast as lightning. Everyone could only see a flash of light in the sky. Poochie! Blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by a roar of anger and despair. The spear had pierced through Duanmu Chao's abdomen. Duanmu Chao's abdomen was not a vital part, so he was still alive. "No, don't kill me. If you kill me, you'll die too." Duanmu Chao cried out in shock. "Even now, you're still saying such things. How laughable." Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He shook his long spear and a powerful essential qi burst out. Duanmu Chao let out a shrill scream. Then, his body was torn into pieces. Blood, internal organs, and bones were scattered on the ground. Boom! Then, the spear light exploded and clashed with the other three chief elders. Amidst the violent explosion, Lu Ming and the three chief elders retreated rapidly. However, the direction in which Lu Ming retreated was the direction that Lu Yunxiong was running in. Ah! Lu Yunxiong saw that Duanmu Chao had been torn into pieces by the spear and Lu Ming was charging at him. He was even more frightened and screamed repeatedly. "Evil creature! You're looking for death." Suddenly, a furious roar came from the sky. It was an old man in a Silavira robe. His killing intent was extremely sharp as he flew over from the distance. A Silavira robed elder. The Silavira robed elder of the Duanmu family is here. Haha. Lu Ming is dead meat. Lu Ming is an animal. He fused a powerful beast soul into his body just now. Otherwise, there's no way he could have such powerful combat strength. However, no matter how strong he is, he'll be killed by a single slap from the Silavira robed elder. The White Tiger Hall disciple shouted. The Silavira robed elder was a position that only martial arts grandmasters could take up. A martial arts grandmaster was also known as a grandmaster. A martial arts grandmaster could already establish a sect and was extremely powerful. Before he even reached Lu Ming, a terrifying pressure was already pressing down on him. Boom! Then, the Silavira robed elder struck out a palm across the air. A powerful and terrifying palm print was blasted toward Lu Ming. The wind whistled and the palm print was shocking. The pressure was as strong as a mountain, and Lu Ming could not move at all. Is this a martial arts grandmaster? It's much stronger than a 9th grade great master realm. Block it, I'm going to block it. Ancient shield. Lu Ming roared in his heart. The power of the beast soul in his body circulated wildly. An ancient shield condensed and appeared in front of Lu Ming. The shield condensed by the power of beast souls was more solid and ancient than before. At the same time, Lu Ming's long spear stabbed out madly. In an instant, hundreds of powerful spearlights were shot forward. Boom! The Silavira robed elder's palm finally arrived. Bang! Bang! In an instant, Lu Ming's spear radiance was shattered into pieces and exploded in the air like fireworks. The hundreds of spearlights were swept away and the palm print continued to move forward. Lu Ming used the high-altitude step and retreated quickly. However, he was still hit by the palm print. Clang! The ancient shield let out a melodious vibration sound. The shield shook violently, and the next moment, it exploded. However, it was an earth-level martial skill after all, and it was operated by the power of the beast soul, which was much stronger than the shield condensed by his own Jin Qi. Although it was broken, it still offset most of the palm power. However, the remaining force of the palm was still very strong. Lu Ming blocked it with his spear. With a loud bang, his body was pushed back hundreds of meters and he spat out a mouthful of blood. A long ravine appeared under his feet. However, he still managed to block it. Sisi Gu. Gasps could be heard from the audience. Lu Ming had managed to block a palm strike from a Silavira-robed elder and was not dead. How was this possible? This was a grandmaster, a 9th-grade great martial master. Even if there were 100 of them, they would not be a match for a first-grade martial grandmaster. However, Lu Ming had blocked it. It was unbelievable. Bang! At this moment, the Silavira-robed elder jumped down from the sky and stomped heavily on the ground. The ground exploded with a loud bang, and a huge pit appeared. He was an old man in his 60s with white hair and a beard. At this moment, his eyes were full of killing intent and a faint surprise. He took a closer look at Lu Ming and sneered. It turns out that he has integrated a powerful beast soul into it. No wonder he has such combat power and can block my palm. Get out of my way. I want Lu Yunxiong. I must kill him today. Lu Ming said coldly. The surrounding people were shocked again. What did he mean by audacious? This was how he dared to say such words to a grandmaster. Foolish. Someone coldly rebuked. Ha ha ha. The Duanmu family Silavira-robed elder laughed out loud before berating, Now, why don't you kneel down, destroy your cultivation, and wait for your punishment? The Silavira-robed elder stood between Lu Ming and Lu Yunxiong. His aura was as imposing as a mountain. Lu Ming was under great pressure. It seems like I have to use my last move. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with madness. If he wanted to be crazy, he would be crazy to the end. He decided to merge with the half of the Demon King's soul. However, the energy contained in the soul of a Demon King was absolutely terrifying. With his current cultivation, he would probably explode. Even if he had the soul-devouring bloodline, which had already advanced to rank 6, he was not confident. However, there was no turning back now. Even if he retreated, the Duanmu family would not let him off. Only by fighting could he carve out a path for himself. It seems like you're not willing. If you're so stubborn, then let me deal with you, you rebellious little bastard. The Silavira-robed elder bellowed and sent another palm at Lu Ming. The power of this palm was stronger and more terrifying than the previous one. It was obvious that he had not used his full strength in the previous palm. Come on then. Let me see how strong a martial arts grandmaster is. The madness in Lu Ming's eyes grew stronger, and there was a strong sense of persistence in his madness. Beast soul, fuse. Ow. A giant Silavira wolf appeared and howled at the sky. Like the king of 10,000 demons, a terrifying aura spread out. Demon King, the soul of the Demon King. The Silavira-robed elder of the Duanmu family roared madly. Chapter 183, Merging with the Soul of the Demon King. The Silavira-robed elder from the Duanmu family roared, his voice shaking the entire White Tiger Hall. Everyone who heard that was shocked beyond words. Their eyes widened as they stared at the giant Silavira wolf above Lu Ming's head. Heavens, this was actually the soul of a Demon King? Everyone gasped in shock. A Demon King? What kind of existence was that? If he was still alive, he would be able to destroy a sect like the mystical sword sect. It was extremely powerful. With a wave of its hand, it could cut off a great river, split a mountain, and had the power to destroy the world. How did Lu Ming obtain the soul of such an existence? Lu Ming, do you want to merge the Demon King's soul? You're crazy, you're courting death. How can you fuse with the soul of the Monster King? The Silavira-robed elder roared. Melt. However, Lu Ming's gaze was extremely firm as he softly spat out one word. Ow. The giant Silavira wolf howled and charged into Lu Ming's body. Roar. At that moment, Lu Ming let out a furious roar. The aura on his body rose sharply. A ray of light rushed out and the Silavira-robed elder's palm force was destroyed. Then, Lu Ming's body emitted a dazzling white light. Even his hair turned Silavira. His long Silavira hair danced in the wind. At this moment, Lu Ming looked like a demon. Kill. Die. Lu Ming shouted and thrust his spear forward. A Silavira white spear radiance burst out. The target was the Silavira robed elder of the Duanmu family. His speed was unbelievable. What the fuck? Why didn't you explode? The Silavira robed elder of the Duanmu family roared in disbelief. How could a mere second-grade great martial master withstand the power of the Demon King's soul? However, he did not know that Lu Ming was able to resist the brutal power of the Demon King's soul because of his spirit-devouring bloodline. However, even so, the pressure that Lu Ming was under was still unimaginably great. The power of the soul of the Demon King was too strong. Although it was only half, it allowed Lu Ming's strength to increase rapidly. He broke through to the martial arts grandmaster realm in one fell swoop, giving Lu Ming the ability to fight with a martial arts grandmaster for the time being. However, this brutal force had caused serious injuries to Lu Ming's body. His bones were groaning as if they would break at any time. If I don't kill Lu Yunxiong, I won't explode. Since you're trying to stop me, I'll kill you first. Lu Ming let out a long howl. His aura was like a rainbow. He moved and stepped on the air, charging toward the Silavira robed elder. So what if you fused with a beast soul? Do you really think you can contend with me? I will let you understand how naive you are. The Silavira robed elder of the Duanmu family roared and exploded with all his power. At this moment, the entire square was enveloped in an indescribable pressure. Boom! The two figures clashed in the air, creating an earth-shattering boom. Bang! Then, a figure retreated frantically. The Silavira robed elder. It was the Silavira robed elder. Martial Ancestor 1 stage, you're only SOSO. Lu Ming laughed loudly. His aura became more and more terrifying. He took a step forward and his body turned into a Silavira light, charging towards the Silavira robed elder. The Silavira robed elder's expression was extremely ugly. He had only read about using one's body to fuse with a beast's soul in ancient books. He did not expect it to be so powerful that even with his first-level martial arts grandmaster cultivation, he was no match for it. Hold him off. As long as I can hold him off for a while, when the other experts from the White Tiger Hall arrive, Lu Ming, that little bastard, will be dead for sure. The Silavira robed elder's mind raced as he gritted his teeth and charged toward Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! There were a few consecutive rumbles. Everyone could only see two flashes of light in the sky. They kept colliding with each other, erupting with loud rumbles and air waves. Whoosh! After more than 10 moves, a figure flew back hundreds of meters like a tail, leaving a long trail of light. As the light dissipated, everyone could see the Silavira robed elder of the Duanmu family standing in the air, trembling. He was spitting out blood and his eyes were filled with shock. In the square, it was difficult to describe the feelings of everyone at this time. It was too shocking. Lu Ming had actually injured a grandmaster. It was unbelievable and too shocking. Although all of this seemed to have happened slowly, it had actually happened in the time of a dozen breaths. How could this be? How did this happen? At the edge of the square, Lu Yunxiong was so scared that he was trembling and almost cried. Initially, when he saw the Silavira robed elder, he thought that he was finally safe and Lu Ming would not be able to do anything to him. However, Lu Ming fused with the soul of a demon king and exploded, injuring the Silavira robed elder in one fell swoop. He was almost scared to death. Run. We have to run. Lu Ming, this little bastard, is too evil. Lu Yunxiong roared in his heart. He turned around and ran towards the top of the White Tiger Hall. Lu Yunxiong, you can't run away. Lu Ming's cold voice was heard. He moved and turned into a stream of light, instantly appearing above Lu Yunxiong's head. Ah! Lu Yunxiong shrieked in fear. He jumped 10 meters high and turned around to look at Lu Ming. Lu Ming stretched out his hand and clenched his fist in the air. A Silavira palm condensed in the air and grabbed at Lu Yunxiong. Lu Yunxiong could not resist at all and was caught by the Silavira palm. Arg! Don't kill me, help, help! Lu Yunxiong's old face turned red as he frantically jabbed his hands and feet with needles while he screamed madly. Lu Ming, let go of him. Do you know who he is? He's Duan Mulin's father-in-law. If you kill him, you'll be in deep trouble, do you know that? The Silavira-robed elder of the Duanmu family flew over and shouted. A great disaster? Just because he was Duan Mulin's father-in-law? What a joke. Lu Ming smiled coldly. Then, he exerted force in his claw and cracking sounds came from Lu Yunxiong's body. Countless bones were crushed and Lu Yunxiong started to scream in pain. No, Lu Ming, don't kill me. I'm your elder. Lu Yunxiong shouted. Bullshit. Lu Ming shouted coldly, his eyes were cold. Father. At this moment, an anxious voice sounded from the sky. Then, a ray of light flew over from the distance. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he looked at the stream of light. There were two figures in the light. One of them was Lu Yao. The other person was a young man around 17 or 18 years old. He was dressed in black, and he was handsome and cold. A terrifying aura emanated from him. A martial arts grandmaster. This young man, who looked to be 17 or 18 years old, was actually a top expert in the martial arts grandmaster realm. Duan Mulin. That's Duan Mulin. My God. He's flying in the air. He's at the martial ancestor realm. Duan Mulin has broken through to the martial ancestor realm. It's true. Duan Mulin is only 18 years old. An 18-year-old grandmaster? This is too terrifying. There are only a few of them in our mystical sword sect since ancient times. Lu Ming is finished. The people who were watching the battle couldn't help but shout when they saw this young man. Duan Mulin? Lu Ming's eyes moved. Yao, save father. Save father. Lu Ming wants to kill me. Hearing Lu Yao's voice, Lu Yunxiong seemed to have grabbed onto his last life-saving straw as he shouted with all his might. Buzz. The stream of light was very fast. It arrived in a few breaths and stopped in the air not far from Lu Ming. Chapter 184 Sun and Moon Shining Together. Lu Ming, let my father go. Lu Yao shouted. Do you think it's possible to let him go? You're still as naive as ever. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming, you barged into the White Tiger Hall and killed the White Tiger Hall's disciples for no reason. Now, you're trying to kill my father. Do you know how serious of a crime you've committed? Quickly release my father. Lu Yao called out. Sin. What a joke. Lu Yunxiong colluded with the Duanmu family to kill a member of the Lu family for no reason. He even tried to kill my mother. Now, I want to kill him. What crime is there to be guilty of? Lu Ming refuted loudly. What? Lu Yao was shocked. Clearly, she did not know that Lu Yunxiong had gone to the Lu family. However, she was only slightly surprised before she returned to her original expression and said coldly, I don't care. Lu Ming, let go of my father. Lu Ming, I'm begging you. I'm begging you to let me go. I'm in the wrong. Please show mercy. Lu Yunxiong shouted. Clearly, he was really afraid. Show mercy? Lu Yunxiong, it's ridiculous for you to say something like that. Did you show any mercy to the core elder of the Lu family? If I hadn't arrived in time, would you have shown mercy to my mother? Lu Ming's voice was getting colder and colder. Lu Ming, let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better let him go, then kneel down and admit your guilt. This is your best choice. Otherwise, Duan Mulin, will say that no one in the world can save you. Duan Mulin's hands were behind his back. His aura was extremely shocking as he spoke with a cold expression. A haughty expression was revealed between his brows. No one in the world can save me? Who do you think you are? The world was so big, and there were so many geniuses. Did he think that he was the number one in the world just because he had a little cultivation? You're just a frog in a well. Lu Ming looked at Duan Mulin and berated him. The surrounding crowd was dumbstruck. Lu Ming actually said that Duan Mulin was a frog at the bottom of a well? They were already in a mess. What did you just say? Duan Mulin's expression darkened. Nonsense. I'm going to kill Lu Yunxiong right now. Let's see what you can do to me. Lu Ming berated. He then looked at Lu Yunxiong and sneered, all right, Lu Yunxiong, I'll send you on your way now. No, don't. Lu Ming, don't. I don't want to die, help. Lu Yunxiong screamed crazily. His eyes were filled with fear and hesitation. No. Lu Yao shouted. Don't you dare. Duan Mulin berated. Bang. Lu Ming sneered. He clenched his fist and the Esilavir palm suddenly closed. With a bang, Lu Yunxiong was bombarded by a huge force and exploded. Lu Yunxiong was dead. Father. Lu Yao shrieked. She then looked at Lu Ming and shouted madly, Lu Ming, I want you to die a horrible death. Boom. Duan Mulin's aura became even more violent. His face was extremely gloomy, and the killing intent that emanated from his body seemed to be tangible. Lu Ming, you've made a very foolish choice. Duan Mulin's voice was cold. He waved his hand and Lu Yao landed on the ground. Die. Then, Duan Mulin shouted and charged toward Lu Ming. Kill. Lu Ming shouted as well and charged toward Duan Mulin. They've made their move. Duan Mulin and Lu Ming have made their move. Someone shouted in excitement. Duan Mulin was a peerless genius with extraordinary talent. He had awakened his bloodline at a very young age and had been unrivaled throughout his journey. No one in his age group was his match. He had suppressed geniuses with special bloodlines and was known as one of the 4 great geniuses of the mystical sword sect. Moreover, he was ranked first among the 4 great geniuses. He had too many honors in the mystical sword sect and was believed to be a genius who would surpass Feng Wuji in the near future. As for Lu Ming, he had only joined the mystical sword sect for slightly more than a year, but he had created many miracles. The newcomer king had won first place on the bronze ranking in his first year and had comprehended force when he was in the master warrior realm. Now, he had even charged into the White Tiger Hall for his family. He was a lawless person. The two of them were now facing off against each other, attracting everyone's attention. Which of them would win? Everyone was staring at it. Boom! Finally, the two of them collided in the air. 2 rays of light, one Esilavir and one black, glowed in the sky, occupying the entire sky. Buzz! Buzz! Then, the 2 voices flew back hundreds of meters. He's much stronger than that Esilavir-robed elder. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Duan Mulin had just broken through to the martial ancestor realm not long ago, but his combat strength was not something that an ordinary one-stage martial ancestor realm expert could compare to. He was far more powerful than ordinary experts of the same level. Duan Mulin was also shocked. After that dash. Kill. Kill. The two of them charged forward at the same time. Terrifying attacks poured towards the other party in a frenzy. Boom. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than a dozen moves. Roar. Suddenly, a black leopard appeared. It was covered in lightning and had a horn on its head. Bloodline. That's Duan Mulin's bloodline. The Azure Flood Dragon Lightning Leopard is a 7th grade bloodline. It's said that it possesses the bloodline of a flood dragon and is extremely powerful. Someone shouted. Great Sun Thunder Blade Slash. Duan Mulin activated his bloodline power and roared. He slashed out with his saber, an endless saber radiance appeared and condensed into a huge sun. The huge sun hung in the air with boundless power. It carried a terrifying and shocking saber radiance as it charged towards Lu Ming. Earth rank martial skill, this is an Earth rank martial skill. Someone shouted. Silavira Wolf Moon Howl. Lu Ming's eyes flickered, then he let out a loud roar, like a wolf king. Then, a huge Silavira wolf appeared. This giant wolf was as large as a mountain. It howled at the sky and then a full moon appeared above its mouth. The full moon emitted boundless radiance that blasted toward Duan Mulin. This was the Silavira Wolf Demon King's Abhijna. It was contained in the beast's soul and Lu Ming could use it for a short time. A sun and a full moon met in the sky, erupting with endless waves of air. And NBSP, the world was in chaos as energy shot out in all directions. Between the sun and the moon, a beam of light shot up into the sky, creating a huge hole in the white clouds. Everyone looked at the sky, dumbfounded. They looked at the sun, the moon, and the two young men. Break! Duan Mulin roared. You're still far from it. I'll break you. Ow! Lu Ming howled like a wolf. The Silavira glow on his body was so thick that it seemed to be tangible. Woo woo woo. The pressure on Lu Ming's body grew stronger and stronger, and he began to let out sizzling sounds. His entire body was in excruciating pain as if it was being torn apart. Fine beads of blood even seeped out of his pores. However, Lu Ming did not care at all. He manically activated the power of the beast soul. Ow! In the sky, the mountain-like Silavira wolf howled, and the full moon became even more resplendent. Boom! The sun was suppressed. Its light quickly dimmed and it was on the verge of collapse. Boom! 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 Then, with a loud boom, the sun trembled rapidly and exploded. Duan Mulin's body trembled and he fell to the ground like a cannonball. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Duan Mulin had been injured and defeated. There was an uproar. Chapter 185, The Deans of the Two Courtyards Take Action. Duan Mulin, the unparalleled genius, had already broken through to the martial arts grandmaster realm. However, he was still defeated by Lu Ming. He was beaten to the point where he vomited blood. Even though Lu Ming had fused with the soul of a demon king and it was not his own strength, this was still shocking enough. This was because being able to fuse with and use the soul of a demon king was a miracle in itself. It was impossible for ordinary people to do so. What peerless genius! You're just a short-sighted brat with a little bit of achievement. I'll kill you now. Lu Ming let out a long howl. His body was wrapped in a thick Silavira light as he charged toward Duan Mulin. Everyone was dumbfounded. Audacious. He was truly audacious. Lu Ming actually wanted to kill Duan Mulin. One had to know that Duan Mulin was the hope of the Duanmu family. He was the hope for the rise of the Duanmu family. If he killed someone else, there would still be a buffer, but if he killed Duan Mulin, the Duanmu family would definitely not rest until one of them was dead. However, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with determination. He really wanted to kill Duan Mulin. Boom! The Silavira full moon emitted endless radiance. Every ray of radiance was like a spear light that shot toward Duan Mulin. Lu Ming, you dare? The Silavira robed elder from the Duanmu family disregarded his injuries and pounced on Lu Ming. The dazzling saber radiance was unleashed, but it dissipated as soon as it came into contact with the radiance of the full moon. The Silavira robed elder could not even withstand a single blow from this move. He spat out blood and was sent flying backward. Lu Ming continued to charge toward Duan Mulin. Evil beast, how dare you! At this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out in the heavens and earth. With this shout, the world rumbled as an extremely powerful pressure exploded in the sky. Many disciples of the four courtyards with weaker cultivation vomited blood. Their faces turned pale and they fell to the ground on their butts. Then, the clouds in the sky rolled and a huge hand reached out from the clouds, grabbing at Lu Ming. The headmaster of the White Tiger Hall. It's the headmaster of the White Tiger Hall. Someone shouted. Boom. The White Tiger Hall's headmaster was too powerful. Although he was also a martial grandmaster, he was much more powerful than the Esilavira-robed elder or Duan Mulin. The huge hand was still in the sky. It shook slightly and an unbelievably strong force appeared and blasted toward Lu Ming. Bang! The Esilavira full moon was like a bubble, dissipating without a sound. The giant Silavira wolf roared angrily, but it also collapsed. Lu Ming's body trembled violently. He spat out blood and retreated rapidly. However, the giant palm did not stop. It continued to press toward Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. Lu Ming was completely enveloped by the huge palm and it was difficult for him to dodge. Duanmu Pajuan, you're the headmaster of a school, but you're actually attacking a junior disciple. Do you have any fucking shame? At this moment, a furious roar came from the south. At the same time, a sword light crossed the void and slashed at the huge hand. The sword light collided with the giant hand with irresistible force, directly crushing the giant hand into pieces. Then, it continued to fly out and cut into the clouds in the sky. Yen Lan. An angry roar came from the clouds, and then a terrifying blade light flashed. Boom! The energy swept through and the clouds dissipated, revealing a figure inside. It was the headmaster of the White Tiger Hall, Duanmu Pajuan. From the south, a figure appeared. It was the Vermilion Bird Hall's head, Yen Lan. The headmasters of the two academies faced each other from a distance. Their auras intersected, and between heaven and earth, a huge pressure spread out. Lu Ming, you bastard, I'm going to kill you. Below, Duan Mulin roared. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his aura was demonic. His killing intent was so dense that it was almost tangible. He had been injured by Lu Ming in front of everyone. To him, this was a great humiliation. He must kill Lu Ming. Roar. An earth-shaking roar was heard. An extremely dense blood-red light was emitted from Duan Mulin's body. Then, a flood dragon rushed out from his body. This flood dragon was more than 10 meters long. It had a slender body, 4 claws on its abdomen, and black scales all over its body. Lightning constantly swam on the scales, and a king-like aura spread out. The most eye-catching part was that there were 2 meridian cycles on the black water dragon's body. These meridian cycles were not blood-red in color, but Esilavira. 2 Esilavira chakra. At the scene, almost everyone was stunned. Then, they shouted, King-level bloodline, this is a king-level bloodline. And it's a second-rank royal bloodline. The bloodline that Duan Mulin awakened for the second time is actually a second-rank royal bloodline. This is too shocking. What a monster. He has a chance to become a martial king. Most of them couldn't help but roar. In the process of a warrior breaking through from the 9th grade Great Martial Master realm to the Martial Ancestor realm, there would be a process of nirvana. During this process, one could awaken a second bloodline and a second type of bloodline. Generally speaking, the bloodline level of the second awakening would be higher than the first. As for whether the score would be higher or lower, it was completely uncertain. It depended on the individual's potential and accumulation. This was a true nirvana. Some warriors' first awakening of the bloodline was not high enough, but the second level could awaken an extremely high-level bloodline, and thus soar to the sky and become a world-famous expert. For some martial artists, the first bloodline they awakened was of a very high level, but the second bloodline they awakened might only be 1 level higher than the first. In that case, they would slowly be caught up by others, even surpassed. Generally speaking, there was another name for a level 9 bloodline. It was called a common bloodline. The chakra of a mortal level bloodline was blood red. Above the ordinary bloodline, there was another level of bloodline, known as the king bloodline. The king level bloodline was also divided into 9 levels. Its meridian cycle was Silavir, and it was unknown how much stronger it was compared to the ordinary level bloodline. No matter if it was the speed of cultivation or the increase in combat power, it was not something that ordinary bloodlines could compare to. It was said that there was another kind of bloodline above the king bloodline, known as the divine bloodline. However, a bloodline of this level was only a legend and was rarely seen in the world. Duanmu Lin's second bloodline awakening was actually a second-rank king bloodline. It was truly shocking. It should be known that most people's second bloodline awakening was only a 9th-level ordinary bloodline at most. There were very few who could reach the king bloodline, 1 in 10,000. Duanmu Lin's king-level bloodline power rose his aura to the peak. Great Sun Thunder Blade Slash. Duanmu Lin roared as his saber cut through the air. Boundless saber radiance condensed into a sun. This sun was twice as strong as the previous one. Silavira Wolf Moon Howl. Lu Ming roared, pushing the power of the beast soul in his body to its limit. Another giant Silavira wolf appeared, howling at the sky. A Silavira full moon appeared, brighter than before. Boom! Once again, the sun and moon collided in the sky. Boundless radiance filled the air and space trembled non-stop as if it was about to explode. Kill, kill! Duanmu Lin roared crazily as his violent true qi gushed out continuously. However, Lu Ming also circulated the power of the beast soul to the extreme. Kachi-kachi. Lu Ming's body was constantly emitting the sound of beans being fried. His bones were trembling, his muscles were squirming, and blood was seeping out of his pores. He was under too much pressure. Chapter 186, Kicked in the Head by a Donkey. Devour. Lu Ming controlled his blood meridian with all his might and devoured the tearing force with all his might. The terrifying devouring force spread all over his body to prevent himself from exploding from the beast soul's power. However, after a series of battles, Lu Ming's body was still severely injured. The rumbling continued, and the sun and moon shone in the sky. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the two young men in the sky. The two headmasters of the White Tiger Hall and the Vermilion Bird Hall were in a standoff, and neither of them could interfere. Buzz! Buzz! In the sky, there was a continuous stream of light, and Silavira-robed elders appeared in the air. At first, it was the Silavira-robed elders from the White Tiger Hall. Soon after, the Silavira-robed elders from the Vermilion Bird Hall, Azure Dragon Hall, and even the Onyx Tortoise Hall appeared in the sky. There were more than 20 Silavira-robed elders from the 4 great academies. Boom! At this moment, the sun and moon in the sky suddenly collapsed, turning into energy and dissipating in the sky. Kill! Kill! The two of them roared at the same time, and their killing intent surged like a tide as they pounced toward each other. The blade energy and the spear radiance swept across the sky, breaking through the air and killing. The two of them continued to fight in the air, and the battle was extremely intense. Below, Lu Yao looked up at the sky in a daze, her eyes filled with disbelief. Lu Ming, the trash who used to be weak and sickly and could not cultivate, had actually grown to this stage? She found it hard to accept and could not accept it. It's just borrowing external power. He can't be compared to Brother Lin at all. Brother Lin is 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than him. Lu Yao kept warning herself in her heart. Lu Ming. Senior brother Lu Ming. At this moment, Mulan, Feng Wu, Peng Shi, and the others had all rushed over. Soon after, even more people arrived after receiving the news. For example, Zhang Muyun, Duan Gang, and the others. After he rushed over, he stood at the side and looked at the sky in shock. In the air, Lu Ming and Duanmu Lin had exchanged more than 100 moves, but it was still difficult to determine the victor. Let's attack together and kill that little bastard Lu Ming. He has killed dozens of experts from the Duanmu family. A Silavira-robed elder of the Duanmu family roared. Who would dare? Yan Lan shouted as his sword Qi soared into the sky. The other Silavira-robed elders of the Vermilion Bird Hall also released their auras and rushed forward. Yan Lan, Lu Ming has killed an elder of his sect. He has committed a heinous crime. How dare you protect him? Duanmu Pajuan shouted. The cause of the matter has not been clarified. I believe that Lu Ming would not do such a thing casually. There must be a reason. Yan Lan did not give in. I don't care what his reasons are. It's a fact that Lu Ming killed his fellow disciples and killed the Duanmu family. That's enough. He must die today. Duanmu Pajuan's voice was extremely cold. Then why don't you try? Yan Lan coldly shouted. The two sides were in a stalemate. It looked like an intense battle was about to break out. Enough. At this moment, a calm voice rang out from the depths of the mystical sword sect. It was not angry, but it exuded an air of authority. Sect leader. Yan Lan, Duanmu Pajuan, and the Silavira-robed elders' expressions changed. Buzz. Buzz. For rays of light cut through the void and instantly appeared in the sky above the square. 4 figures appeared. The leader of the group was Lin Shui, the sect leader of the mystical sword sect. Behind him, there were 3 elders in golden robes. The moment the sect leader of the mystical sword sect appeared, he frowned. With a wave of his hand, a gentle force was produced and gushed toward Lu Ming and Duanmu Lin, who were still fighting. The two's attacks disappeared, and their bodies seemed to be pushed back by something. Sect leader, please don't stop me. Let me kill this bastard. Duanmu Lin roared madly. His body was filled with killing intent. You're an overconfident piece of trash. Do you think I'll be afraid of you? It's still not certain who will kill who. Do you really think you're a genius? In my eyes, you're just trash. Lu Ming retorted coldly. Bastard, smash it. I'm going to kill you. Duanmu Lin roared. Enough. The sect leader of the mystical sword sect bellowed softly once again. It did not sound heavy, but it reverberated in Lu Ming and Duanmu Lin's ears like thunder. Their expressions changed and they didn't speak. Sect leader, you've come at the right time. Lu Ming, that bastard, first killed dozens of people from the Duanmu family, then he boldly charged into the White Tiger Hall and killed a dozen of our Grandmaster Realm experts in front of everyone. He even killed the chief elder. Such a disgraceful and insane person must die. I beg sect leader to let me kill him with my own hands. Duanmu Pajuan bowed to the sect leader. Duanmu Pajuan, don't try to make false accusations here. I've said it before, let's figure out the reason first. Yan Lan cupped his fists as well before he turned to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, what do you think is going on? Didn't you kill dozens of people from the Duanmu family? When Yan Lan said before, he was obviously referring to the time before they arrived at the White Tiger Hall. Not bad. Lu Ming admitted it directly. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place was in an uproar. Duanmu Pajuan was overjoyed, while Yan Lan was shocked. Mulan and the others looked anxious. Sect Master, look, Lu Ming has admitted it himself, Duanmu Pajuan said. I admit it, but aren't you going to ask me where I killed them? Lu Ming sneered. I don't care where you did it. It's a fact that you've killed my Duanmu family's people. Hee hee. Lu Ming sneered. He could not be bothered with Duanmu Pajuan and said, it's my family. The Lu family and the Duanmu family were led by Lu Yunxiong to kill my family members. They even tried to kill my mother. Do these people deserve to be killed? Lu Ming did not speak to the Duanmu family. Instead, he spoke to the other people from the 4 campuses and the sect master. What? There's such a thing? Everyone was shocked and turned to look at Duanmu Pajuan. Damn it, Duanmu Pajuan, your Duanmu family really has a lot of power. You actually dared to harm the family of your own disciples without permission. You're worse than beasts. If it were me, I would kill you too. Yan Lan's hair and beard stood on end as he glared at Duanmu Pajuan. Nonsense. Lu Ming, you're talking nonsense. You're slandering the Duanmu family. You deserve to die. Duanmu Pajuan shouted in anger. Slander? Your Duanmu disciple's corpse is still lying in my Lu family. Do you want to go and take a look? Lu Ming sneered. Duanmu Pajuan's expression was somewhat unsightly as he said, even if there is such a thing, it is possible that they have heard the rumors and been bewitched. You should have returned to the sect to report the situation first and the sect would naturally investigate. However, you acted on your own and killed them. Your intentions are despicable. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming burst out laughing and said, Duanmu Pajuan, what you mean is that you want me to ignore the life and death of my family first and let your Duanmu family kill my Lu family's people and my mother while I come back to report first and then make a decision. Has your head been kicked by a donkey? Or is your IQ just that low? Lu Ming's disdainful voice was like a storm that spread throughout the entire venue. Everyone in the audience gasped. Lu Ming actually dared to scold Duanmu Pajuan? Say that Duanmu Pajuan's head was kicked by a donkey? Isn't he too bold? Little bastard, what did you say? Duanmu Pajuan was so angry that his entire body was trembling, and his old face was red. Chapter 187 Oppression. Ha ha ha, good scolding, good scolding. This old man's head was already kicked by a donkey. Yan Lan laughed. Sect leader, you've seen it for yourself. This kid has no respect for his elders. It's clear how low his character is. If he's allowed to live in this world, he'll be a scourge. We must kill him today. Duanmu Pajuan said to the sect leader. The sect leader of the mystical sword sect frowned. Lu Ming was, without a doubt, a top genius. How could he ask to kill him? However, if he didn't kill them, how would he answer to the Duanmu family? Sect leader, Lu Ming killed 35 Master Realm experts, 15 Grandmaster Realm experts, and even the chief elder of the 9th grade Grandmaster Realm. These people were all elites of the mystical sword sect and had given their all for the sect. Yet, they died at the hands of a junior disciple. If we don't kill Lu Ming, I'm afraid our hearts will turn cold. That's right, sect leader. Even if those people from before were at fault, the dozen or so martial grandmasters behind them were only there to guard the White Tiger Hall and the sect. He was killed mercilessly. Lu Ming must be killed. A few Silavira-robed elders from the White Tiger Hall also stepped forward. Everyone's eyes could not help but look at the square. There were more than a dozen corpses lying there, and the blood had not dried yet. Yan Lan furrowed his brows. It was reasonable for Lu Ming to kill those people who had barged into the Lu family previously. However, it was hard to explain the situation with these 10 over people. They stopped me from killing the real murderer. I warned them, but they asked for it. Lu Ming said coldly. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Lu Ming, according to what you've said, if the sect leader stops you, you'll kill him too, right? Duanmu Pajuan laughed. Lu Ming frowned and did not say anything. He could not refute this. This matter was caused by your Duanmu family. Lu Ming was also trying to protect his family and his mother. In a moment of desperation, he used more force. This is human nature. It's excusable. He doesn't deserve to die. Yan Lan said. Yan Lan, you're determined to protect Lu Ming, right? Duanmu Pajuan said. Not bad. Yan Lan said firmly. Then let's have a battle today. Let's see how long you can cover for Lu Ming. Duanmu Pajuan roared. Boom! Duanmu Pajuan and Yan Lan's auras exploded forth as they clashed in the air. The sect leader frowned. Junpa, stop! An old voice sounded. Then, with a flash of golden light, a white-haired old man appeared in the air with a walking stick. This old man was wearing a golden robe. It was obvious that he was a golden-robed elder. Father, why have you come out of seclusion? Duanmu Pajuan cried out in surprise when he saw the old man. When the others heard this, they were all shocked. This person was actually Duanmu Pajuan's father? This is troublesome. Yan Lan muttered as he furrowed his brows. Below, Mulan's eyes were filled with worry. Duanmu Pajuan's father, Duanmu Tsanghai, was the previous patriarch of the Duanmu family and the previous headmaster of the White Tiger Hall. Although he was now a golden-robed elder of the mystical sword sect, his cultivation was extremely terrifying and unfathomable, surpassing the average golden-robed elder. It was said that in recent years, he had been cultivating in seclusion in order to break through the Supreme King's realm. Greetings, old chief. Everyone from the Duanmu family stepped forward and saluted. Old Hai, why have you come out of seclusion? Is there a need to alarm you about this matter? The sect leader's expression changed slightly before he smiled. Duanmu Tsanghai let out a dry smile and said, Sect leader, if I don't come out and take a walk, the people of my Duanmu family will all be killed. The sect leader's expression changed slightly. He smiled and said, Old Hai's words are too serious, there's no need for this. I've already heard about this. First of all, the Duanmu family is at fault for being bewitched. However, Lu Ming was too ruthless. Not only did he kill all of them, but he also went to the White Tiger Hall and killed more than 10 martial grandmasters. This matter cannot be forgiven. He may be spared from death, but he cannot escape punishment. I suggest that we expel him from the sect. Duanmu Tsanghai said. No. Yan Lan took a step forward and firmly objected. This old man is so scheming. After kicking Lu Ming out of the sect, without the protection of the sect, they will definitely send people to hunt Lu Ming down. Mulan's eyes were filled with anxiety. Old Hai, Lu Ming has the heart of a teenager. He'll be able to make it easily, but he shouldn't be expelled from the sect. The sect leader said. Sect leader, it seems like you still value talents. However, as you can see, Lu Ming has forcefully fused with the soul of the Demon King. Even if he temporarily gains power, his foundation is crippled. He will no longer be a genius but a cripple. Duanmu Tsanghai laughed. The sect leader frowned and pondered. After all, the Duanmu family was at fault in this matter. Lu Ming was only avenging his family. Many young disciples would definitely be on Lu Ming's side. If they were to expel Lu Ming from the sect like this, many disciples would be bitterly disappointed. Seeing the sect leader's hesitation, Duanmu Tsanghai's face turned cold and he said slowly, Sect leader, the Duanmu family has done our best for the mystical sword sect for thousands of years, and we've made countless contributions. Today, so many of our people have been killed by a junior. If you don't expel him from the sect, then let the Duanmu family leave. Boom! This sentence was like a thunderbolt, exploding in everyone's mind and causing a shock. This was a threat. Duanmu Tsanghai was threatening the sect leader with the entire Duanmu family. Despicable, shameless. Pang Shi, Mulan, and the others growled. The sect leader's expression also changed greatly. He became extremely serious and said, Old Hai, your words are too much. Even though he said that, the sect leader had to take it seriously. Over the years, the Duanmu family had grown stronger and stronger. Almost the entire White Tiger Hall had become their territory. If they lost the Duanmu family, the mystical sword sect would definitely suffer a huge blow and its strength would be greatly reduced. As the sect leader, he had to treat this seriously. Damn it, this old man. Yan Lan clenched his fists tightly. Duanmu Pajuan and the other disciples of the Duanmu family sneered in their hearts. They would like to see how Lu Ming could avoid this calamity. Duanmu Tsanghai's lips curled into a cunning smile as he waited for the sect leader's answer. After pondering for a while, the sect leader took a deep breath. His eyes flashed as he looked at Lu Ming and said slowly, Lu Ming, even though there's a reason for this, you've gone too far by killing dozens of people from the White Tiger Hall. They were all from the same sect. This is a grave crime. The sect leader's dignified voice reverberated throughout the entire area. Sect leader, you can't. Yan Lan roared. Sect leader, what's wrong with Lu Ming avenging his family? What crime? Mulan also shouted. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that the Duanmu family can kill our family in the future and we can't take revenge? What kind of logic is that? Pang Shi also roared, his voice shaking the entire scene. The eyes of many disciples flickered. Clearly, they agreed with Pang Shi's statement. Impudent. You dare to question the sect leader's will? You'll be punished as well. Duanmu Pajuan roared. His voice was so loud that Mulan, Pang Shi, and the others' expressions changed. Chapter 188 Leaving the Sect. Duanmu Pajuan, what are you shouting for? Are you going to attack the juniors? Yan Land glared at Duanmu Pajuan. Principal. Lu Ming suddenly shouted. Yan Lan looked at Lu Ming. The others also looked at Lu Ming. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed to Yan Lan. Thank you for your help, Dean. Then, Lu Ming looked at Mulan and the rest. Senior Sister Mulan, Boulder, Fengwu, you don't have to say anything. I already understand this. Lu Ming smiled indifferently. The sect leader's meaning was already very clear. What he meant next was that he would definitely be expelled from the sect. It's still not enough. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Strength. It was all a matter of strength. He was too weak. If he was so strong that he could surpass the Duanmu family, why would the sect leader of the mystical sword sect have such intentions? Why would he be punished? Even if the Duanmu family was destroyed, the sect leader of the mystical sword sect would not say a word. Even though he had displayed unparalleled talent during this period of time. However, that was only for now. He was still young after all. Who knew what would happen in the future? Would it be like a shooting star, flashing and disappearing? There were too many such examples in the world. Moreover, Duanmu Lin was also a peerless genius. He had awakened a second-rank king bloodline and had broken through to the martial ancestor realm at the age of 18. He could expect to become a martial king in the future. In many people's eyes, Duanmu Lin's future would definitely be stronger than Lu Ming's. All in all, Lu Ming's value and weight paled in comparison to the Duanmu family. That was why the sect leader had chosen the Duanmu family in the end. This was the reality. Lu Ming sighed in his heart, then smiled faintly. He looked at the sect leader of the mystical sword sect and said in a clear voice, Sect leader Lin, today, I, Lu Ming, will leave the mystical sword sect. The voice was calm and indifferent, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Lu Ming wanted to withdraw from the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming, you can't. Mulan shouted. Senior brother Lu Ming. Pang Shi gritted his teeth, his eyes wide open. AI. Zhang Muyun, Duan Gang, and the others sighed. Many of the Duanmu family's disciples laughed. Duanmu Canghai and Duanmu Pajuan's faces revealed a cold smile. Senior Sister Mulan, Big Rock, you don't have to say anything. I've made up my mind. Rather than waiting to be expelled from the sect, it would be better to withdraw himself. AI. The sect leader Lin Shui let out a long sigh and said, Lu Ming, Lin Shui, guarantee that no one will dare to touch your family again. I will guarantee their safety for 10 years. Elder Yu. Lin Shui shouted. This old man is here. Behind Lin Shui, a gold-robed elder cupped his fists and said. Set off immediately and guard the Lu family of Fiery Wind City for 10 years. Ensure the Lu family's safety for 10 years. Kill anyone who dares to touch the Lu family. Lin Shui ordered. Yes, sir. The golden-robed elder cupped his fists and turned into a stream of light, disappearing into the sky. Duanmu Canghai's old eyes squinted and a glint flashed across his eyes. Duanmu Pajuan's expression was somewhat unsightly. It was obvious that Shui Lin's actions were to guard against the Duanmu family. Thank you, sect leader Lin. Lu Ming stepped forward and cupped his fists to express his gratitude. He was thanking her from the bottom of his heart. He had been worried about the Lu family and his mother, but now there was no need to. With a gold-robed elder guarding the place, the Lu family would be safe for the next 10 years. Lu Ming, I've let you down. As the sect leader of the mystical sword sect, I have to think for the sake of the mystical sword sect. Lin Shui sighed and it rang in Lu Ming's ears. Of course, it was a voice transmission, so no one else could hear it. Lu Ming nodded and did not say much. Then, it flew towards Yan Lan. Dean, Lu Ming thanks you for your help. He bowed. Lu Ming, you don't have to do this. Even if I have to risk my life, I can still protect you. Yan Lan said. Lu Ming will always remember the Dean's kindness. Lu Ming saluted again and moved to Mulan's side. Lu Ming. Senior brother Lu Ming. Mulan and the others called out one by one. Their eyes were filled with anger and reluctance. Everyone, please take care of yourself in the future. I will come back to see you. Lu Ming said with a smile. Senior brother Lu Ming, since you're leaving the sect, I'll leave with you. I'm not staying here any longer. Pang Shi roared. Big Rock, what are you talking about? Just focus on your cultivation in the mystical sword sect. With your talent, you'll definitely be successful in the future. Don't let your parents down. Lu Ming said, feeling very warm in his heart. In the mystical sword sect, the best thing he had gained was making a few true friends. But Yen. Pang Shi's eyes were bloodshot, and his fists were clenched so tightly that they made cracking sounds. But what? Cultivate well, we'll definitely meet again in the future and have a drink together. Lu Ming patted Pang Shi's shoulder and said sternly. Pang Shi gritted his teeth, then nodded solemnly. Lu Ming, be careful when you leave the mystical sword sect. The Duanmu family will not let you off so easily. Mulan warned. Her eyes were filled with worry. Lu Ming nodded. He was very clear about this. He and the Duanmu family had long been at each other's throats. Suddenly, Lu Ming smiled and whispered into Mulan's ear, Senior Sister Mulan, don't forget that you still owe me a reward. I'll be asking for it the next time we meet. After he finished speaking, he even sniffed it heavily. As long as you're alive, everything can be discussed. Mulan's face reddened. Everything can be discussed? Was he hinting at something? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Then, he smiled and left. Lu Ming, take care. Zhang Muyan strode out and cupped his fists at Lu Ming. Lu Ming, take care. After that, Ling Kong, Duan Gang, Zhua Yirong, Qing Feicheng, and the rest walked out and cupped their fists at Lu Ming. Everyone, take care. Let's have a drink together next time. Lu Ming laughed heartily. There's still a next time when we drink? Lu Ming, I will kill you. Duanmu Lin's eyes were cold and his voice was filled with killing intent. Lu Ming turned around and looked at Duanmu Lin with a cold smile. Duanmu Lin, do you really think you're a genius? I, Lu Ming, swear today that I will take your head with my own strength within 2 years. What a joke. With your own strength? You won't be my match for the rest of your life. Duanmu Lin sneered. His smile was full of disdain. Also, we'll see if you're still alive. Lin, he's just talking for fun. He's forcefully fused with the Demon King's soul and will soon become a cripple. He's already at the end of his road. Duanmu Pajuan sneered. Oh, really? Just you wait, old man. I've killed dozens of people from your Duanmu family today, but I'll definitely use my spear to wipe out the Duanmu family in the future. With that, Lu Ming leaped forward and laughed. Step by step, he walked in the air and headed out of the mystical sword sect. Under the sunlight, Lu Ming's young back was filled with confidence, determination, unyielding, and a heroic spirit as if he had vowed to break through the heavens. This scene, this moment, this back view, was deeply imprinted in the minds of everyone present. He would never forget it for the next 10, 20, or even his entire life. Chapter 189, with a spear in hand, he can dominate the world. Lu Ming, I believe that you'll be fine. You'll create a miracle and flatten the Duanmu family in the future. Mulan said softly. As for Feng Wu, she looked at Lu Ming's back view with mixed feelings. This young man, who was about the same age as him, had joined the mystical sword sect and participated in the assessment together with her. However, he had created too many miracles. In the past, she had a special feeling for Lu Ming. However, she suppressed that feeling after Lu Ming burst out with a dazzling light. She knew that the gap between them was too big, and it would only get bigger in the future. Senior brother Lu Ming. Pang Shi's fists were clenched tightly, and his eyes were filled with tears. His body was trembling non-stop. Lu Ming, the world is unfair, but I believe that you can overcome all obstacles and overcome all obstacles. In the future, I'll wait for you to drink and discuss Tao with me. Zhang Muyun muttered to himself. Beside him, Zhuoyirong grabbed Zhang Muyun's hands tightly. Lu Ming, Lu Ming. Lu Yao stared at Lu Ming's back in a daze. At this moment, she did not know why, but her heart was filled with complicated feelings. On one hand, she hated Lu Ming. He was just a piece of trash that she had abandoned. How could he have such high talent? He had even killed his father and crippled his big brother. On the other hand, she was afraid. She was afraid that Lu Ming would really kill his way into the Duanmu family one day and destroy everything she had. Lu Ming, you should just go to hell. Finally, Lu Yao growled. AI. The sect leader of the mystical sword sect, Lin Shui, let out a long sigh. She turned around, took a step forward, and disappeared into the horizon. Duanmu Canghai looked in the direction where Lu Ming had disappeared, his murky old eyes glimmering. Pajuan, this man is too extraordinary. He's a rare genius. We can't let him live. I can't rest easy if he's not dead. Duanmu Canghai solemnly said to Duanmu Pajuan. Duanmu Pajuan's heart trembled. His father actually regarded Lu Ming so highly. Was Lu Ming really such a big threat? Don't worry, father. I'll make the necessary arrangements. Duanmu Pajuan said as he bowed. That's good. Duanmu Canghai nodded and took a step forward, disappearing without a trace. The crowd slowly dispersed. However, Lu Ming's name was destined to shock every single person in the mystical sword sect after today's incident. His name would be engraved in the history of the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming left the mystical sword sect and flew into the distance at high speed. Not long after, he charged into a mountain forest. At this time, the aura on his body was rapidly declining. Although the Demon King's soul was powerful, it had been holding on for so long that its power was exhausted. Lu Ming's body trembled and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The backlash from the Demon King's soul was too strong. Even with the spirit-devouring bloodline, my body almost couldn't take it and was heavily injured. Lu Ming pondered. At this moment, his bones were slightly cracked, his muscles were torn by the powerful force, and a thick layer of blood scabs formed on his skin. However, it was not as serious as Duanmu Pajuan and the rest had imagined. They thought that Lu Ming was already crippled. As long as Lu Ming focused on healing his injuries, he would be fully recovered in a few days. This was the uniqueness of the spirit-devouring bloodline. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the mystical sword sect, his eyes glimmering. At the end of the day, it's all because I'm too weak. The Duanmu family is using their entire family to suppress the sect leader of the mystical sword sect. I'm no match for the entire Duanmu family. But that's only for now. It won't be long before I prove that I, alone, can suppress an entire family and an entire force. I want to become stronger. With a spear in hand, I want to dominate the world. That is my goal. Lu Ming clenched his fists tightly and his eyes were filled with determination. There's also Qiu Yu. I can't say goodbye to her this time. If she finds out that I've left the mystical sword sect, I wonder what she'll do. That girl will probably cause a huge ruckus. Lu Ming pondered secretly. Forget it. We'll meet again eventually. The most important thing now is to heal. With a single thought, Lu Ming appeared in the Supreme Shrine. He took out a healing pill and swallowed it, then began to channel his energy to heal his injuries. 2 days later, Lu Ming's injuries had recovered by 80%. Mother must be worried about me coming out this time. I should go home now and see Mother so that she can be at ease. After that, I'll head to the imperial capital and try to think of a way to save Father while I cultivate. After planning his journey, Lu Ming left the Supreme Shrine and found a small river in the forest. He washed the blood off his body and changed into a black robe and a bamboo hat. He left the forest and headed towards Fiery Wind City. The black robe and bamboo hat were the ones he had used in the past, and they had been kept in the Supreme Shrine. The Duanmu family would not let him off so easily, so he had to be careful when he moved. He changed directions several times on his way to Fiery Wind City. He only returned to the Lu family after 7 days. Ming, you're fine. That's great. At the first sight of Lu Ming, Li Ping's tears flowed down and she hugged him tightly. Lu Ming had gone after Lu Yunxiong. During this period of time, she had been on tenterhooks every day, afraid that something had happened to Lu Ming. Mother, I'm fine. Don't worry. Lu Ming smiled. It's good that you're all right, it's good. Li Ping kept nodding her head and looked at Lu Ming carefully. After that, he started talking to Li Ping about the Lu family situation over the past few days. Previously, the 2nd to 6th branches of the Lu family had all surrendered to Lu Yunxiong. However, he did not expect Lu Ming to return. Not only did he kill almost all of the people that Lu Yunxiong had brought, he even went after Lu Yunxiong. The people from the Lu clan's branch were terrified when they saw the invincible experts lying dead in the courtyard. It was unbelievable that Lu Ming was so powerful. For the past few days, she had been trembling in fear, waiting for Lu Ming's return and his judgment. After chatting with Li Ping for a while, the remaining 3 core elders of the Lu clan came to pay their respects. The 3 of us pay our respects to the young master. The 3 core elders bowed and greeted Lu Ming. 3 elders, there's no need to be so polite. Lu Ming quickly helped the 3 core elders up. The core elders still stood by the Lu family and Li Ping's side at the moment of life and death. This made him very touched and respectful. The 3 core elders looked at Lu Ming with undisguised joy in their eyes. Lu Ming had such powerful combat strength and was able to come back alive after chasing after Lu Yunxiong. This meant that the Lu family was about to rise. They were naturally overjoyed. Young master, the branch leaders of the 2nd to 6th branches are waiting outside. One of the core elders said. Oh. Then let them wait. Come, 3 elders, let's have some tea and chat. Lu Ming smiled and invited the 3 core elders to take a seat. Then, Lu Ming asked about the Lu family situation and the details of Lu Yunxiong's visit. Time flew by and 2 hours passed. Go, let them in. Lu Ming instructed a maidservant. The servant girl responded and went out. Not long after, 5 middle-aged men came in. The 5 middle-aged men were the branch masters of the 2nd to 6th branches. They were also the elders of the Lu clan. This subordinate greets the young master. The 5 branch masters hurriedly knelt down when they saw Lu Ming. Chapter 190 Reorganizing the Lu family. Lu Ming sat on his seat and accepted the bow calmly. He glanced at them indifferently and sneered, I'm your young master. Your master is Lu Yunxiong, right? The 5 branch heads turned pale, and one of them said, Young master, you've misunderstood. The force that Lu Yunxiong brought with him that day was too strong. If we were to resist, we would definitely be annihilated. If that were to happen, the Lu family would really be finished. That's right, young master. We surrendered to Lu Yunxiong only because we wanted to save our lives. We'll wait for you to return. Oh. Is that so? Lu Ming looked at the few of them with a faint smile. He did not say anything but picked up the teacup and slowly sipped the tea. The 5 branch masters looked at each other. They did not know what Lu Ming was thinking, and they felt uneasy. At that time, the mystical sword sect seemed to have already informed me of my death, right? You're still waiting for my return? Could it be that you already knew that I wasn't dead? Lu Ming asked indifferently. The 5 of them began to sweat. They looked at each other and then said, "The young master is so talented. How could he die so easily?" We guessed that the young master was not dead, so we used that plan. Oh. So that's how it is, you're all so resourceful that you can even help people read their fortunes. Lu Ming said indifferently and continued to drink his tea. The 5 branch masters' faces turned red, but they could only grit their teeth and remain silent. The atmosphere seemed to have frozen at once. Lu Ming sipped his tea, the 3 core elders and Li Ping did not speak, and the 5 branch masters could only stand there, not daring to make a sound. The current Lu Ming was no longer the useless young master from back then. His combat strength was unparalleled, and his cultivation had reached an unbelievable realm. Crushing them to death was as easy as crushing an ant. He had formed a very powerful aura without them knowing. They did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of Lu Ming. "I've already killed Lu Yunxiong." Suddenly, Lu Ming's voice was heard. What? Not only the 5 branch masters, but the 3 core elders were also shocked. "I've already killed Lu Yunxiong in the White Tiger Hall. So, don't even think that you'll be lucky. This is the fate of those who betray the Lu family." Lu Ming said coldly. "Sisi Gu." Everyone gasped. Lu Ming had actually killed Lu Yunxiong at the White Tiger Hall and returned alive. How capable was he? They could not imagine it. At the same time, the 5 branch masters were terrified. They looked at each other and knelt down together. "Young master, we were really foolish that day. Please forgive us. We will wholeheartedly assist you in the future and revitalize the Lu family. If we disobey, we will die a horrible death." Why do I not believe it? Lu Ming looked at the 5 branch masters with a faint smile. The cold sweat on the faces of the 5 branch masters became even more concentrated, and it kept dripping down. "How about this? All of you swear an oath to the inner demons, and I'll believe you." Lu Ming said indifferently. An oath of inner demons. The 5 branch masters' expressions changed drastically. The so-called oath of the heart demon was an oath to one's heart, using one's blood essence as a step. Once a martial artist made a mental demon oath, if he were to go against it in the future, it would be very easy for his mental demons to act up during cultivation, and he would die from qi deviation. What's wrong? If you don't want to make an oath, I won't be at ease leaving you behind. Lu Ming's voice turned cold. The 5 branch heads' expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly said, "We swear an oath." After that, the 5 of them made the oath of inner demons. At this moment, Lu Ming smiled and said, "In the future, you will know that your choice is correct. Now, go down." The 5 branch masters quickly took their leave. 3 elders, the Lu family's strength has been greatly reduced after going through so many twists and turns. However, the quality of the people is more important than the quantity. I have some secret cultivation techniques here. You can take them and cultivate. Lu Ming's phone glowed. A stack of books appeared on the table. A cultivation technique or martial skill manual? The 3 core elders were a little puzzled. They each picked up a book and flipped through it. As soon as they opened it, the 3 of them widened their eyes in shock. A yellow grade upper level martial arts technique. Mine is also a yellow grade upper level. Me too. The 3 core elders exclaimed in unison. 3 elders, here are 5 sets of yellow grade upper level martial arts techniques and 10 sets of yellow grade lower level martial arts techniques. You can take them to cultivate, or you can choose the best seedlings in the family and pass them on to them. Lu Ming said with a smile. 5 yellow tier upper level and 10 yellow tier lower level. The three core elders gasped. The Lu family only had one upper yellow level cultivation skill, which was regarded as the clan's most important cultivation skill. Ordinary people were not qualified to cultivate it. The Lu clan did not have many yellow level lower class martial arts techniques, only 6 or 7 of them. Now, Lu Ming had actually taken out so many cultivation technique secret manuals in one go. If the Lu family's disciples cultivated them, their abilities would increase by a large margin very quickly. Many thanks, young master. The three core elders thanked Lu Ming, their bodies trembling with excitement. There's no need to thank me, elders. Since I'm the Lu family's young master, this is what I should do. Lu Ming said. In the ruins of the Dongyi tribe, Lu Ming had obtained more than 30 yellow-grade cultivation methods and martial arts techniques. These martial arts techniques were not of much use to him and could only be sold. He might as well keep them with the Lu family and increase their strength. There's more. Lu Ming had a thought and some jade bottles appeared on the table. These jade bottles contained some medicinal pills. Some could heal injuries, some could dispel poison, and some could raise the cultivation of martial artists in the warrior realm and even the master realm. Lu Ming had obtained them from the enemies he had killed. They were not of much use to him, but they were very useful to the majority of the Lu clan's invigorated Meridian realm and warrior realm martial artists. Take all these pills. As for how to split them, you guys decide. Lu Ming said. Young master, you've given everything to the family. What about you? One of the core elders said. Take it. I have no use for these. Lu Ming said with a smile. Alright, that's good. We'll take it. We'll definitely select disciples who are loyal to the Lu family and distribute it to them to improve the Lu family's strength. Another core elder said excitedly. The three of them carefully put away the pills. Li Ping was so happy that she could not close her mouth when she saw Lu Ming taking out so many treasures. After the three core elders kept the items, they bade Lu Ming farewell. They were in a hurry to go back and discuss how to make good use of these treasures. They could not let the Lu family improve their strength as soon as possible. Lu Ming stayed at the Lu family for 7 days. 7 days later, Lu Ming decided to bid farewell to Li Ping. He could not hide in the Lu clan forever. There were some things that he had to face. Moreover, he had to investigate Lu Yuntian's whereabouts as soon as possible. In the main manor's courtyard. Ming, be careful when you go out. Li Ping did not ask Lu Ming to stay. She only reminded him to be careful. A man's ambition was to travel far and wide. Moreover, a genius like Lu Ming would not be trapped in one place. That would only restrict him. Li Ping was well aware of this, so she did not try to persuade him to stay. Mother, don't worry. Ming will be fine. Lu Ming said. After that, Lu Ming pondered and hesitated. After a while, he said, Mother, Ming has something to tell you. Lu Ming intended to tell Li Ping that Lu Yuntian might still be alive. Chapter 191 The Reappearance of the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. In the past, he had chosen to hide the truth because he was worried that Li Ping would miss and worry about him. However, after experiencing so many things during this period of time, he had understood many things. Although Li Ping would be worried and concerned if he told her about this, there would always be hope in her heart. No matter what happened, she would always have a glimmer of hope in her heart. As long as there was hope, it was enough. What news? Li Ping asked curiously when she saw how serious Lu Ming was. Father, he might not be dead. Lu Ming said seriously. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Ping's body suddenly trembled and her pupils widened. Then, Li Ping's body trembled more and more violently. Her eyes shone with a strong sense of hope as she said in a trembling voice, Ming Xiao, Ming, what did you say? Mother, I said that father might not be dead. Lu Ming repeated. He didn't die. He didn't die. Ming, is this true? Slowly, Li Ping's expression became one of extreme excitement, and her tears could no longer be held back. He then asked, where did you get this news? Is it true? If your father isn't dead, then where has he been all these years? Mother, it is like this. Lu Ming then told Li Ping about his encounter with Zhou Linshan in detail. So it's him. Back then, he sent me a spirit sword and a pendant. I once asked about Yun Tian's whereabouts, but he told me that Yun Tian was already dead. So he lied back then. Does that mean that Yun Tian is really still alive? Li Ping said excitedly, her eyes full of hope. Yes, mother. Father might have fallen into the hands of the 10 Direction Sword School, so I plan to go to the imperial capital to investigate his whereabouts. I've heard that the 10 Direction Sword School is the strongest sect in the Blazing Sun Empire. You have to be careful. Li Ping warned, very worried. Mother, don't worry. Ming won't go head to head with the 10 Direction Sword School now. He'll just investigate. Nothing will happen. Lu Ming said. Only then did Li Ping feel more at ease. Mother, don't worry. As long as father is still alive, Ming will definitely be able to save him and let our family reunite. Lu Ming said firmly. Mother believes you. Li Ping said with a smile. Mother, I'll be leaving then. Lu Ming nodded heavily. Go. Lu Ming bade farewell to Li Ping and headed outside. Walking out of the Lu residence, Lu Ming looked at the back of the Lu family. After a moment of thought, he moved and headed there. There was a fruit forest behind the Lu family, and it was filled with fruit trees. There were also small bridges, flowing water, pavilions, and lakes. The environment was very elegant. Lu Ming walked into the fruit forest and came to a small lake. An elder was fishing by the lake. This old man was the golden-robed elder sent by Lin Shui, the sect leader of the mystical sword sect, to guard the Lu family. Lu Ming, your senses are really sharp. I was cultivating 2 days ago, and you could already sense the slight fluctuations I revealed. The gold-robed elder smiled. Lu Ming thanks Senior for coming to guard the Lu family. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. You don't have to thank me. I'm just following orders. You deserve it. After all, the sect has let you down. The golden-robed elder sighed. Lu Ming was silent and did not speak. The golden-robed elder pondered for a moment and sighed. Lu Ming, I hope you don't blame the sect leader. In fact, he's in a very difficult position. As the sect leader, he has to put the interests of the mystical sword sect above all else. Senior, I don't blame anyone. In this world, the weak are prey to the strong. If I have to blame someone, I can only blame myself for being too weak. However, one day, I will rule over all forces and families. I will make sure that the heavens can no longer cover my eyes. Lu Ming said. He seemed to be talking to the old man but also to himself. The old man was startled and seemed to be moved. No matter what, Lu Ming still has to thank Senior. Lu Ming cupped his fists again and bowed to the elder. He then turned around and strode away. Looking at Lu Ming's back as he left, the old man was in a daze. After a long time, he let out a long sigh. Sect leader, perhaps you've made the wrong choice this time. Lu Ming left the fruit forest but did not leave Fiery Wind City immediately. Instead, he found a hidden place and entered the Supreme Shrine to start cultivating. Time passed and night fell. Lu Ming then left the Supreme Shrine. He put on his black robe and bamboo hat and left the city. Then, he headed in the direction of the imperial capital. The capital of the Burning Sun Empire was located at the center of the empire, to the west of Fiery Wind City. It was more than 100,000 miles away. Even with Lu Ming's current movement technique, it would take him more than 20 days to reach the imperial capital. In the first 3 days, everything was calm. However, on the evening of the 4th day, Lu Ming, who was in a hurry, suddenly stopped. That was because he felt a few waves of killing intent surrounding him. Someone was trying to kill him. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming stomped his foot and his figure soared into the sky. Just as Lu Ming charged forward, a sharp and cold sword aura pierced the spot where Lu Ming had been standing. With a clang, the sword chi left a deep hole in the ground. Buzz! Buzz! Then, 7 or 8 figures appeared from all directions like ghosts. Lu Ming swept his gaze across. There were a total of 8 figures, all of them wearing black robes and masks. It was a Silavira wolf mask. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion. Lu Ming immediately recalled that this was the Shadow Wolf Pavilion, one of the 4 major assassin organizations in the Blazing Sun Empire. The Silavira wolf mask represented the Silavira wolf-level assassin of the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. 5 6th grade Great Martial Master and 3 7th grade Great Martial Master. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion really thinks highly of me, Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Kill. Kill. There were 8 murderous sounds and 8 extremely sharp sword chi that were aimed at Lu Ming. Let's see who kills who. Lu Ming let out a long howl. At this moment of life and death, Lu Ming activated his blood meridian and an ancient shield appeared on his body. Explode. Lu Ming did not care about the attacks from the other 7 people. His spear turned into a ray of light and shot toward a 6th grade Great Martial Master assassin from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. Bang, bang, bang. 7 consecutive attacks landed on Lu Ming's body. 4 of them were blocked by the shield. The shield buzzed and trembled, but in the end, it was not broken. However, the area that the shield could cover was limited and it could only block one direction. There were still 3 rays of sword aura that blasted Lu Ming. The spirit-devouring bloodline had devoured 50% of the attack, but the remaining energy still made Lu Ming's body tremble. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming's attack had also erupted. The 6th grade Great Martial Master expert was killed in one shot without even being able to let out a scream. Devour. A powerful devouring force appeared and devoured the assassin's blood essence. Damn it, didn't they say that Lu Ming had fused with the soul of the Demon King and was half crippled? How can it be so terrifying? It seems like the information was wrong. Let's avoid that shield and attack Lu Ming's body directly. We can kill him once the time limit of his blood meridian is over. The assassins shouted. Chapter 192, The Battle in the Wild Forest. Chi. 7 figures flickered rapidly like 7 shadow Wollivers. They were extremely fast. As his figure flickered, sharp and vicious sword chi dodged Lu Ming's ancient shield and stabbed at him. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. He ignored the attacks from all directions and focused on a 6th grade Great Martial Master assassin. He went all out to kill him. The other party was shocked and quickly retreated. However, Lu Ming's speed was even faster. He used his midair steps to the maximum and his body seemed to be weightless. Landslide. Lu Ming's long spear came from above and smashed down heavily. 100-meter-long spear light as thick as a water tank smashed toward the assassin. Bang! Although the assassin tried his best to block, he was still sent flying and blood spurted out of his mouth. Lightning. With a chi sound, the spear ray pierced through the opponent's heart like lightning. He killed another person. However, in the process, Lu Ming was hit 7 to 8 times. Even though he had the spirit-devouring bloodline, his face was still pale and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. He was injured. At this moment, his aura was rapidly declining. The time for the bloodline explosion was up. It's time for his bloodline to explode. The remaining assassins were ecstatic. Just now, Lu Ming was like an immortal demon god. He ignored his attacks and killed 2 people in a row, which really made them shudder with fear. He's already injured. In addition to his weakened strength, he won't be able to escape. A 7th grade Great Martial Master assassin shouted. The other 5 people moved in a flash and surrounded Lu Ming. You were sent by the Duanmu family, right? Lu Ming suddenly asked. Humph. You don't care who sent us, we're here to take your life. One of the assassins sneered, his voice cold. Lu Ming sneered. Although the other party did not give in, he was sure that it was the Duanmu family. Other than the Duanmu family, who else would want to kill him? He had probably been targeted not long after he left Fiery Wind City. Moreover, when Lu Ming first went to the mystical sword sect to participate in the assessment, he was assassinated by the Shadow Wolf Pavilion in the mystical sword city. Back then, his only enemies were the Duanmu family. Lu Ming did not believe that it was not the Duanmu family. Tell me, what is the relationship between the Duanmu family and your Shadow Wolf Pavilion? Or rather, what is the relationship between the Shadow Wolf Pavilion and the mystical sword sect? Lu Ming asked coldly. You still have a lot of questions when you're about to die. However, you'd better go to hell and ask the King of Hell. Kill. A 7th grade Great Martial Master assassin shouted coldly and charged at Lu Ming. The other 5 people launched their attacks as well. The sword aura was like a net that covered Lu Ming. Buzz. Lu Ming did not take it head-on. Instead, he used the midair steps to dodge it. However, the other party was a top-notch assassin and they had good teamwork. Lu Ming could not dodge them completely. If not for the ancient shield, he would have been injured. Even so, Lu Ming was still in danger. Lu Ming's current cultivation was at the peak of the 3rd grade Grandmaster realm. Under the condition that he did not activate his blood meridian, he could fight with a 7th grade Grandmaster and even suppress them. However, the other party had 3 7th grade Great Martial Masters and 3 6th grade Great Martial Masters. They worked well together and Lu Ming was at a complete disadvantage. The 6 flashes of sword chi completely enveloped Lu Ming. Lu Ming's long spear was brandished as he fought with them. Bang! A 6th grade Great Martial Master assassin was swept away by the spear and was sent flying 100 meters away. His face was pale. However, Lu Ming also paid the price. A sword wound appeared on his body and blood flowed out. Refine, refine. Lu Ming roared. He had just devoured the blood essence of 2 6th grade Great Martial Master realm assassins, and he was refining them while fighting. He wanted to break through. His cultivation had always been at the peak of the 3rd grade Great Martial Master realm, only a step away from the 4th grade Great Martial Master realm. As long as he could break through, his combat strength would increase greatly, and he would be able to fight back. However, it was not easy to break through to the Great Martial Master realm. Boom! The true chi in his body was rumbling, but it was difficult to break through for the time being. Not enough. I don't have enough energy. I have to kill one more person and devour one more person's blood essence to break through. Lu Ming roared in his heart. Kill. He used all his strength and pounced towards the injured killer. But how could the other assassins let him do as he wished? They charged at him with all their might. Not long after, 2 more wounds appeared on Lu Ming's body. If he had not dodged in time, he would have been cut in half. However, even though he was injured, he still got the result he wanted. The 6th grade Great Martial Master killer was hit by Lu Ming's spear again. This spear attack was even more overbearing. Half of the other party's body had almost exploded and was sent flying. He was already half dead. Die. Lu Ming charged forward without a care. Puchi. Lu Ming paid the price of another wound, but he also ended the 6th grade Great Martial Master killer with one shot. Devour. His spirit-devouring bloodline erupted with a powerful devouring power, devouring the other party's blood essence in an instant. Boom. 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 In his bloodline, waves of energy immediately emerged. Break. Break. Lu Ming roared in his heart. At the same time, he dodged the attacks of the remaining assassins with all his might. After more than 10 moves, Lu Ming's injuries became more serious and the situation became more disadvantageous to him. Boom. At this moment, a loud boom suddenly erupted from his body. Lu Ming's aura instantly bloomed. Fourth grade Great Master Realm, breakthrough. Boom! Lu Ming's spear swept out and collided with a 7th grade Grandmaster Killer. The long spear and sword clashed, and the other party's expression changed drastically. The sword bent, and his body was sent flying backward. Cultivation base breakthrough? How is that possible? One of the assassins shouted. Now, let's see who will kill who. Lu Ming bellowed in rage. His aura was wild and his long spear swept out. The spear's radiance was like a mountain. Bang! Bang! The two 6th grade Great Martial Master assassins were sent flying and slid for dozens of meters on the mountain. They were already half dead and couldn't move. Monster, what a monster. Let's go. The remaining 3 7th grade Great Martial Master Realm experts' expressions changed drastically. Without thinking, they actually turned around and ran. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He stared at one of them and chased after him. Ah! The assassin who was being chased by Lu Ming bellowed in shock. He realized that he was not as fast as Lu Ming. Very soon, Lu Ming caught up with him. I'll fight you to the death. The assassin roared and charged at Lu Ming. Unfortunately, he was no match for Lu Ming. Now that Lu Ming had broken through to the 4th grade Grandmaster realm, he could even put up a fight against an ordinary 8th grade Grandmaster, let alone him. He was completely suppressed. The assassin could only resist a dozen moves with all his might before he was pierced by Lu Ming's spear. After that, Lu Ming devoured the assassin's blood essence. He then turned around and killed the two 6th grade Great Martial Master assassins, devouring their blood essence. A storage ring. Lu Ming realized that each of the assassins had a storage ring. Lu Ming put it away without any hesitation. Then, his figure moved, and he headed toward the deep mountains and old forests by the side. After running more than 30 miles in one go, Lu Ming finally stopped. His body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. In the battle just now, although he had achieved outstanding results, his injuries were not light. Duanmu family, I, Lu Ming, swear that I'm not a human being if I don't trample all of you. Lu Ming roared in his heart, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Chapter 193, The Golden Wolf Killer. Then, Lu Ming entered the Supreme Shrine and began to refine his blood essence to heal his injuries. At this moment, on a mountain peak 100 miles away from Lu Ming, a black-robed man wearing a golden wolf mask stood with his hands behind his back. His body was filled with cold killing intent. He was the Golden Wolf Killer of the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. Buzz! Buzz! Suddenly, two figures, as fast as lightning, sprinted towards the mountain peak. When he arrived in front of the man with the golden wolf mask, he knelt down. What's going on? Where are the others? The man with the golden wolf mask said coldly. Sir, the rest of them are dead. They were killed by Lu Ming. The information we received is wrong. Lu Ming is not half crippled. One of the Silavira wolf assassins said. Not crippled? Then, can he still use beast souls? The Golden Wolf Killer asked. I don't think so. Although he killed so many of our people, Lu Ming's injuries are definitely not light. Under such circumstances, he did not use his beast soul. I think he must have used up all his beast souls. One of the Silavira wolf killers speculated. Good, there's no beast soul. That's good. Lu Ming is dead for sure. The two of you, come with me to kill Lu Ming. The Golden Wolf Killer ordered. Previously, he did not attack together with Lu Ming as he was afraid that Lu Ming still had beast souls on him. Hence, he sent someone to test him first. Now that it was confirmed that Lu Ming did not have a beast soul, he was about to make his move. Yes. The two Silavira wolf killers responded. The three figures disappeared without a trace. In the Supreme Shrine, Lu Ming was refining the blood essence with all his might. Fortunately, most of the injuries he had suffered were external injuries, so they were relatively easy to treat. When the blood essence turned into rolling energy and was refined by Lu Ming, his injuries healed rapidly. His muscles squirmed and the wound began to heal. Soon, Lu Ming's wound had begun to scab. This was also because Lu Ming's physical body had reached complete grade 2, which was why he could be so fast. Ordinary people would definitely not be able to be so fast. 2 days later, Lu Ming's injuries had fully recovered and his cultivation level had improved. I'm afraid the Shadow Wolf Pavilion won't give up so easily. They'll definitely send more people to hunt me down. I can't take the main road to the imperial capital. I'll travel along the barbaric mountains, where I can kill demonic beasts and improve my cultivation. I can also practice my martial arts. Lu Ming was deep in thought. After that, he left the Supreme Shrine, concealed his aura, and walked along the forest towards the imperial capital. However, not long after, Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure coming from afar. Whoosh! A beam of light shot through the air. Within the light was a man wearing a golden wolf mask and a black robe. A martial grandmaster powerhouse, the Golden Wolf Killer of the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. The Golden Wolf Killers of the Shadow Wolf Pavilion were all powerhouses above the martial arts grandmaster level. Lu Ming could not defeat them at all. Let's go. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Ming used his midair steps to its maximum and ran madly into the depths of the forest. He, Lu Ming, I don't know what method you've used, but you've been hiding for 2 days. Now, you finally can't hide anymore and have appeared. Let's see where you can run to this time. The Golden Wolf Killer let out an ear-piercing sneer. Lu Ming ran wildly. He stepped on the trees and his body shot forward like a bolt of lightning. He was as fast as a phantom. However, the Golden Wolf Killer was a martial arts grandmaster powerhouse. He could walk in the air at a speed that was beyond the scope of mortals. Lu Ming could not shake him off at all. Die. Buzz. A beam of sword chi pierced through the void and headed for Lu Ming. It was fast, ruthless, and its power was terrifying. Dodge, I have to dodge. Lu Ming growled. His body kept changing and he barely dodged the sword. However, he was also hit by the sword edge, and a part of his sleeve disappeared. You actually dodged my sword. What about now? The Golden Wolf Killer sneered and waved his sword. Chi. There were more than a dozen sword chi, and each of them was extremely powerful. Ancient shield. Lu Ming shouted and an ancient shield appeared. Clang. The sword chi struck the shield, causing it to shake violently before exploding. Lu Ming's body was also sent flying back dozens of meters, crashing into a big tree that was large enough for a person to wrap his arms around. At this moment, the sound of air being torn could be heard. 2 figures were approaching at extreme speed. They were the 2 Silavir wolf killers. Lu Ming, you won't be able to escape this time. One of the Silavir wolf killers laughed. Shadow Wolf Pavilion, I don't care who you are. As long as I, Lu Ming, am alive, I'll destroy the Shadow Wolf Pavilion. Lu Ming growled, turned around, and continued to run into the depths of the forest. You still want to destroy my Shadow Wolf Pavilion? How naive. The Golden Wolf Killer sneered and continued his pursuit in the sky. Behind the golden mask, a cold gaze was revealed. He was looking for an opportunity to kill in one strike. For a genius like Lu Ming, even someone as powerful as him did not dare to show the slightest neglect. Otherwise, he would most likely be the one who suffered. It's at this moment. The Golden Wolf Killer's eyes suddenly lit up. The sword in his hand glowed, and a bright and sharp sword chi pierced out. The Golden Wolf Killer had used all his strength in this strike, and it was unbelievably fast. Moreover, it seemed that he had already calculated Lu Ming's running route. It was as if Lu Ming was going to crash into the sword aura directly. Not good. Lu Ming's heart was beating rapidly and the hair on his body stood on end. At this moment, he could feel the aura of death. It was as if the Grim Reaper was pointing a sickle at him. I can't dodge it. Block it. I must block this sword. I can't die yet, he thought. Lu Ming roared in his heart. His eyes were bloodshot. In an instant, the power of his blood meridian burst out. At the same time, an ancient shield appeared. Explode. Lu Ming thrust his long spear forward. The tip of the spear emitted a bright light, as if there was a bright star at the tip of Lu Ming's spear. A terrifying fluctuation burst out. This was the strongest move that Lu Ming could cast at the moment, and it blasted toward the sword chi above his head. Buzz! All of a sudden, a ray of white light flew out from the depths of the forest. Like a flying immortal from beyond the heavens, it also blasted towards the Golden Wolf Killer's sword chi. Boom! Lu Ming's attack combined with the white light and collided with the Golden Wolf Killer's sword aura. Violent energy shot out in all directions, and the trees, flowers, and grass in the mountain forest were instantly crushed to pieces. Lu Ming felt a strong surge of energy and his body flew back dozens of meters. However, it had also blocked the Golden Wolf Killer's attack. Who helped me? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Who is it? You dare to block me, are you looking for death? The Golden Wolf Killer roared. In the depths of the mountain forest, a white figure flashed out. The person who came was actually a young woman in a white dress. Her skin was like jade, and she was extremely beautiful. Seeing this woman, Lu Ming was shocked. He could not help but blurt out, "Xian Yanqing, it's you." The young woman's eyes flickered as she looked at Lu Ming and shouted, "Come with me." With that, her figure flickered, like a fairy from the 9 heavens, and she ran into the depths of the forest. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he quickly followed. Chapter 194, The Woman in White. You want to leave? None of you will be able to leave today. The Golden Wolf Killer roared and gave chase. Below him, the 2 Silavira Wolf Killers quickly followed behind. In just a dozen breaths, he had covered a few hundred meters and arrived at a forest of purple bamboo. At this point, the young woman stopped. "Xian Yanqing, let's go. The other party is a martial grandmaster. Even if we work together, we're no match for him." Lu Ming exclaimed softly. "I'm not Xian Yanqing." Suddenly, the young lady cast a glance at Lu Ming and said coldly. Lu Ming was stunned. Not Xian Yanqing? How was that possible? He looked exactly like Xian Yanqing, how could he not be? What was this girl up to this time? Wait a minute. That's not right. This woman is different from Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming took a closer look. Indeed, although this woman looked exactly the same as Xian Yanqing, there were still some differences. First of all, this woman should be older than Xian Yanqing by a year or 2. Xian Yanqing looked younger than Lu Ming, while this woman was about the same age as Lu Ming. Also, the temperament was completely different. Xian Yanqing was like a little devil. This woman, on the other hand, had a calm expression, like a fairy who was above the common populace. How can there be 2 people so similar in this world? Lu Ming secretly sighed. Buzz. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. The Golden Wolf Killer flew to the sky above the purple bamboo forest. Behind him, 2 Silavira Wolf Killers also rushed over. It turns out that she's such a beautiful lady. Good, good. It's a good time to kill this Lu Ming kid and have a good time. The Golden Wolf Killer's eyes lit up when he saw the young woman's face, and then revealed a burning light. He secretly exclaimed that he was really lucky to be able to meet such a peerless beauty when he was chasing after Lu Ming. This trip was not a waste. You're looking for death. The Golden Wolf Killer's words made the young woman's eyes flash with cold killing intent. Her originally cold face became even colder. Demon slaughtering array, rise. Suddenly, the young woman shouted and formed a seal with her hands. Runes appeared out of thin air and flew into the purple bamboo forest. Buzz! In the purple bamboo forest, there was a soft cry. Then, rays of white light shot into the sky. The white light gathered in the air and formed a white sword chi. As the sword chi moved, a shocking killing intent filled the air. Inscription formation. So you set up an inscription formation here, but so what if there is an inscription formation? You're just a Grandmaster Realm martial artist, what can you do to me? The Golden Wolf Killer sneered. Demon slaying formation, slay the demons. The young woman shouted and waved her hands. In the air, 3 white sword chi danced and made a terrible whistling sound, heading towards the Golden Wolf Killer. Demon slaughtering array? Let's see who you can kill. Break! The Golden Wolf Killer swung his sword, and 3 bright sword chi shot toward the white sword chi. Boom! 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 The explosion sounded, but it did not break the young woman's inscription formation as the Golden Wolf Killer had expected. The sword chi collided and disappeared together. How can he be so strong? The Golden Wolf Killer was shocked. However, the young woman waved her hand again, and the white light in the purple bamboo forest grew brighter. In an instant, more than 10 white sword chi condensed in the air. Not good, you guys, quickly retreat. The Golden Wolf Killer's face changed and he shouted at the 2 Silavira Wolf Killers. It's too late. The young woman's voice seemed to be emotionless and cold. As the voice fell, the white sword chi in the air also crossed the void. 2 shrieks were heard as the 2 7th-grade Great Martial Master Silavira Wolf assassins were pierced by the sword chi and died in the forest. At the same time, more sword chi rushed towards the Golden Wolf Killer. Detestable! The Golden Wolf Killer roared in anger. With a flash of blood-red light, a giant black wolf appeared. There were 8 blood-red chakras on the huge wolf's body. This was the second bloodline awakening of the Golden Wolf Killer. The second bloodline was a level 8 ordinary bloodline. With the eruption of his bloodline, the Golden Wolf Killer's combat strength increased greatly, and he slashed out a dozen times in an instant. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the sky, sword chi crisscrossed. Streaks of black sword chi and white sword chi clashed, and terrifying sword chi shot out in all directions. Demon slaughtering array, God slaying. Go! The young woman shouted. Dazzling white light spread out from her body, making her look extremely holy. In the purple bamboo forest, the inscription formation was even more powerful. The sword chi seemed to appear endlessly, bombarding the Golden Wolf Killer. Ah! Suddenly, there was a scream. Blood splattered everywhere as one of the Golden Wolf Killer's arms was cut off. The Golden Wolf Killer howled and became one with his sword. He turned into a bright sword light and shot up into the sky, out of the attack range of the inscription formation. Damn it! I'll remember today's great enmity. The 2 of you will face the endless pursuit of my Shadow Wolf Pavilion. The Golden Wolf Killer roared, filled with endless killing intent. Then, it turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the sky. What a pity! The young woman sighed softly, as if it was a pity that she couldn't make him stay. However, Lu Ming was extremely shocked. This woman's methods were truly astonishing. He had actually used an inscription formation to cut off one of the Golden Wolf Killer's arms. Although the Golden Wolf Killer's cultivation was at the first level of the martial ancestor realm. However, this woman's cultivation was only at the 6th grade Great Master realm. The gap between a martial grandmaster and a martial grandmaster was huge and difficult to cross. What a terrifying formation. Who is this woman? Lu Ming pondered secretly. Alright, the other party has already left. You should leave too. The young woman looked at Lu Ming with her beautiful eyes. Her voice was still cold, like an unapproachable fairy. May I know why you saved me? Lu Ming said. He was a little curious. He had never met this woman before, so why did she spend so much effort to save him and even fight with a martial arts grandmaster? He didn't think that he had such great charm, and from the young woman's expression, it didn't seem to be because of his charm. Woo-woo. At this moment, a bolt of lightning flashed from the depths of the purple bamboo forest. No, that wasn't lightning. It was a leopard, a lightning leopard. Lightning leopard. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. He remembered that when he had just joined the mystical sword sect, he had let go of a lightning leopard cub and obtained a little lightning leopard blood during the assessment. Although the lightning leopard in front of him wasn't a cub, it was still very young and similar to the lightning leopard cub from before. Woo-woo. When the lightning leopard appeared, it glared at Lu Ming and barked a few times. Then, it moved closer to Lu Ming and rubbed its head against his thigh. Are you the one from back then? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Woo-woo. The lightning leopard nodded. It really was the lightning leopard cub from back then. What a coincidence. If you hadn't saved little Shan once, would I have saved you this time? The young woman's voice sounded. Chapter 195, Cultivating in the Mountains. The young woman's voice was very cold as she continued, if it wasn't for little Shan recognizing you just now, I wouldn't have saved you. This is good. You saved little Shan once, and I saved you once. We don't owe each other anything. Lu Ming was speechless. This woman was too arrogant and cold. At the same time, Lu Ming understood that the reason why she had saved him was that the lightning leopard had discovered him. No matter what. This time, it's you who saved me. Lu Ming is grateful. I'll take my leave. Lu Ming cupped his fists and turned to leave. Wait a moment. Unexpectedly, the young woman called out. What's the matter, miss? Lu Ming turned around. I heard you call me Xian Yinqing. You're his friend, right? The young woman asked. Friend? Lu Ming could not help but recall his relationship with Xian Yinqing. When Xian Yinqing saw him, he would be considered lucky if he didn't attack him. How could he be a friend? Lu Ming shook his head. I've only met Xian Yinqing once. We can't be considered friends. I don't care if you're her friend or not. The next time you see her, help me tell her not to keep thinking about surpassing me, because that's just a waste of time. It's impossible. The young woman said. Her voice was filled with confidence and a sense of superiority. At the sight of this expression, Lu Ming did not know why, but he felt uncomfortable. May I know your relationship with Xian Yinqing? If I see her, I'll definitely tell her. Lu Ming said calmly, his voice turning cold. I'm Xian Yinjuan, her sister. The young woman said. As expected, no wonder they look exactly the same. Lu Ming's heart stirred. However, apart from their looks, the two sisters were very different in other aspects. Alright, the Shadow Wolf Pavilion will definitely send more people to this place. I'm leaving, so you should leave too. Xian Yinjuan said indifferently. Young lady, why don't you go first? I'll leave in a while. Lu Ming said. Do as you please. Xian Yinjuan said indifferently. From the beginning to the end, he did not even look at the two Silavira wolf killers' bodies. She turned around and left, her white dress fluttering like a fairy from the 9 heavens. Is something left behind by a 7th grade great martial master not worth mentioning in her eyes? But I'm not going to miss this. Lu Ming walked toward the two Silavira wolf killers' corpses. He devoured the blood essence of the two and took off their storage rings. With a swift movement, Lu Ming left the place and headed deep into the forest. In the mountain forest, ancient trees towered into the sky. Lu Ming walked for more than 100 miles, then with a thought, he entered the supreme shrine and began to refine the blood essence. Not long after, the two 7th grade grandmasters' blood meridians were refined by Lu Ming. His cultivation had also reached the middle stage of the 7th grade grandmaster realm. After refining the blood essence, Lu Ming began to organize the storage rings that he had obtained from the Shadow Wolf Pavilion's assassins. There were a total of 8. In the end, he received more than 60 million taels of Silavirer. Silavirer was only a small number. The most important thing was the spiritual crystals. After sorting them out, there were more than 23,000 pieces. In addition to the previous ones, Lu Ming had nearly 40,000 pieces of spiritual crystals. Other than Silavirer and spirit crystals, the rest were miscellaneous items that were not of much help to Lu Ming. Is this a disguise? Suddenly, Lu Ming found a disguise among the clothes and other miscellaneous items. The Shadow Wolf Pavilion was an assassin organization, and they often had to disguise themselves to assassinate people. It was normal for them to have a disguise on them. Lu Ming took a closer look and realized that the disguise was of very good quality. It should be made from the skin of a demon beast. Lu Ming put on his disguise. There was no feeling at all, as if he was not wearing it, because it was very light. I wonder how the effect is. Let's go out and take a look. Lu Ming walked out of the Supreme Shrine and found a pool in the forest. He shone his light on the pool and saw a dark-skinned, cold-looking young man in his 20s. What an amazing disguise. He's a completely different person. Lu Ming took a closer look and realized that the disguise was tightly stuck to his face. He could not tell that he was wearing a disguise. Then, change it again. With a single thought, Lu Ming's body crackled and his bone armor wriggled. In the end, Lu Ming's height actually increased by a little and his figure became a little bullier. This was something that could only be done when Lu Ming's physical body had reached complete 2nd grade. It could cause slight changes to his physical body. Although the change was not huge, with the help of the disguise, Lu Ming seemed to have completely changed into a different person. Even his closest people would not be able to recognize him. Good. This way, I won't have to worry about the Shadow Wolf Pavilion's pursuit. Moreover, no one will recognize me if I go to the imperial capital. It'll be more convenient for me to investigate my father's matter. Lu Ming pondered. Next, Lu Ming continued to head deep into the mountains. According to his previous plan, he would cultivate while heading to the imperial capital. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation had 3 main directions. One was the comprehension of the force of fire, the other was the soaring steps, and the last was the ancient shield art. Roar! 7 days later, a Class 6 Lever 3 demonic beast covered in scales was pierced through the throat by Lu Ming's spear. It fell to the ground with a roar. His spirit-devouring bloodline activated and devoured the demonic beast's blood essence. At the same time, the demonic pill appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming used all the blood essence to increase the level of his blood vessels, while the demonic core was used to increase his cultivation. Just like that, he hunted demonic beasts as he made his way to the imperial capital. A month later, a gale sparrow flapped its wings in the air and fled frantically. Behind it, Lu Ming stepped on the void and followed closely behind it like lightning. Buzz! Buzz! Lu Ming's body seemed to be weightless as he floated in the air. After flying for a few hundred meters, Lu Ming's figure slowly descended. After landing, Lu Ming stepped on the tip of a big tree and his body shot up into the sky like an arrow, chasing after the gale sparrow. The gale sparrow was so frightened that it screeched and flew around desperately. However, no matter what it did, it could not get rid of Lu Ming. Ha ha ha. Lu Ming laughed heartily. After flying for a few miles, he landed on the peak of a mountain and sat down cross-legged. After more than a month of hard work, Lu Ming's midair steps had reached the peak of the 5th level. He was only a step away from the 6th level. Just now, when he was chasing the gale sparrow, he suddenly had an epiphany. The wind is invisible, but it is everywhere. Wind, light and agile, erratic yet swift as lightning. Lu Ming closed his eyes and started to comprehend quietly. The principle of air walk was to use the genuine qi in one's body to resonate with the wind and air to achieve the purpose of riding the wind for a short time. Lu Ming smiled as he felt the breeze from the top of the mountain. A green breeze surrounded his body, spinning slowly. Lu Ming's body was as light as a feather, as if he would be blown away by the wind at any time. After an unknown amount of time. Buzz! Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes and took a step forward. There was a cliff in front of him, but Lu Ming seemed to be walking on the ground. He walked forward step by step. Chapter 196 The Wind and the Capital of the Burning Sun Kingdom. Lu Ming put his hands behind his back and walked in the air as if he was walking on flat ground. I've finally reached the 6th level of the soaring steps, martial arts and human as one. There was a faint smile on Lu Ming's face. Lu Ming was only a 4th grade great martial master and had only become a great martial master not long ago. Yet, he had already cultivated a black grade high-level martial arts technique to the state of being one with martial arts. If this news were to spread, many people's jaws would drop. It seems that I'm indeed a peerless genius. Lu Ming laughed smugly. In the past, he had the sound of chanting, which allowed him to cultivate his martial arts techniques at a rapid speed. However, the sound of chanting had disappeared. Lu Ming only fought with him every day, and his cultivation speed did not slow down. It was clear that Lu Ming's own talent was extremely shocking. Buzz! Buzz! Lu Ming took one step at a time. His figure was like a bolt of lightning, crossing the void. In the blink of an eye, he was a few hundred meters away. However, there was no sign of him falling. Lu Ming continued to walk in the air. There was a faint feeling of lightness and uncertainty about his body. Wind force, is this the wind force? Lu Ming muttered to himself. Previously, when he had comprehended and broken through the sky steps, he had taken advantage of the situation and comprehended a little bit of wind force. Although it was only a superficial one, Lu Ming was already ecstatic. Normal people only had the right to comprehend it at the martial ancestor realm. However, Lu Ming's fire force had already reached the initial success stage and he had even comprehended the second kind of energy. Wind force. In the future, when wind and fire were combined, the power would definitely be even more shocking. He circulated the force of the wind and combined it with the soaring steps, causing the power of the soaring steps to reach an astonishing level. Lu Ming stepped on the air and walked for a full 2 kilometers before he slowly landed. Originally, even if he had cultivated his sky steps to the 6th level, it would be considered good if he could walk 1,000 meters in the air. Gah! All of a sudden, a screech came from below. Then, a golden goshawk soared up. With a flap of its wings, golden feathers shot toward Lu Ming like golden divine swords. A Class 7 Level 3 demonic beast, the golden feathered goshawk. Finally, I've encountered a decent demonic beast. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The next moment, 2 ancient shields appeared in front of Lu Ming. Clang! Clang! The golden feathers hit the shield, making a sound of metal hitting metal and sparks flying in the air. However, the shield in front of Lu Ming did not move. Kill! Wind and fire. Lu Ming thrust his spear forward. The spear carried a scorching aura. At the same time, with the help of the momentum of the wind helped the fire, causing Lu Ming's long spear to completely turn into a flaming long spear. The spear broke through all obstacles and pierced into the golden-feathered goshawk's chest. The violent energy instantly tore the golden-feathered goshawk's internal organs apart. The golden-feathered goshawk let out a sharp cry and stopped breathing. He had killed a Class 7 Level 3 demonic beast with one spear strike. The power of the combination of wind and fire is actually so shocking. Lu Ming's face was filled with surprise. Right now, wind force was only at the beginning, and he had only comprehended a tiny bit of it. It could be imagined that if his comprehension of wind force became more and more profound, when combined with fire force, the power it displayed would definitely be greater. However, wind and fire are supposed to complement each other, which is why they can be combined so easily. If they were 2 opposing forces, it would not be so easy to combine them. Lu Ming was very clear. Moreover, this was only a preliminary combination. They were only supporting each other and not a true fusion. Now, I finally have some ability to protect myself when facing a martial arts grandmaster. Lu Ming thought to himself. In the past, when he faced a martial arts grandmaster, he would not be able to escape even if he used all his strength. However, Lu Ming had more confidence now. Lu Ming continued to cultivate as he made his way to the imperial capital. Lu Ming was not in a hurry. Hence, he spent another half a month before he arrived at the imperial capital. In front of them, a huge object appeared. It was boundless and stretched across the world as if it had existed since ancient times. When he walked in, he realized that it was even bigger. The black city wall was 100 meters tall and extended into the sky. He couldn't even see how long the city wall was. It seemed to be endless. It was said that the capital of the Blazing Sun Kingdom was 100 miles long in the east, west, south, and north. It was extremely majestic. On the city wall stood rows of soldiers in armor. Every soldier exuded a powerful aura. The capital of the Burning Sun Empire was the largest city in the empire. It was the core of the imperial family's power. It was said that 800 years ago, the Burning Sun royal family was the most powerful force in the Sun Empire. All the major sects had to bow down to the royal family. At that time, the Burning Sun royal family ruled the world. The Burning Sun Empire ruled over 10,000 cities, and their strength was at its peak. Unfortunately, the Burning Sun Empire's royal family had internal strife and endless wars. Later on, their strength weakened, and the sect rose. Especially the 10 Direction Sword School, they had taken control of the royal family and their strength had increased to a terrifying level. The Burning Sun royal family would not be able to make a comeback. Right now, the people of the Blazing Sun Empire only cared about the 5 great sections. The influence of the imperial family was already very weak. Lu Ming walked along the main road and entered the imperial capital. The streets of the imperial capital were extremely wide, and even if 10 carriages were to travel side by side, it would not be a problem. On both sides of the street, there were shops, elixir stores, weapon refining pavilions, and so on. It was not something that Fiery Wind City could compare to. Even Profound Sword City could not compare to it. The streets were bustling with people. Lu Ming looked around curiously as he walked forward. The capital of the Burning Sun Kingdom is so big. How should I investigate my father's news? Lu Ming pondered. For a moment, he had no clue at all. Hua Qi said that he's in the imperial capital, so perhaps he's someone from the imperial capital. If I can find him and ask him about the specific situation in the imperial capital and the division of power, it'll be of great help to my next operation. However, what made Lu Ming dumbfounded was that he had no idea how to find Hua Qi. Forget it. There's a lot of information in the restaurant. Let's go to the restaurant first. We'll find out more information while we eat. Lu Ming was planning to look for a restaurant when the streets were in chaos. Not good, Hua Jia is here to walk his war beast again. What? Hurry up and run. On the streets, the crowd was in chaos. The crowd ran away, all of them with fear on their faces. Roar. Suddenly, a deafening beast's roar was heard. Then, at the end of the street, a huge creature was running towards them. It was a demonic beast, 3 meters tall and 6 to 7 meters long. Its body was covered in fiery red scales, and it was running wildly on the street with a murderous aura. First class 3rd level, armor-breaking beast. Lu Ming recognized the demonic beast's origin and level at one glance. Ha, charge, hurry up and charge. Behind the armor-breaking beasts, there was a group of people on horses, shouting loudly. As the armor-breaking beast ran, the pedestrians on the street retreated at the sight of it. Even some experts at the Grandmaster realm and above had their expressions change and quickly retreated to the side. Mother, where are you? Ling is scared. Suddenly, in the middle of the street, a little girl's cry rang out. Chapter 197 Releasing Beasts to Eat People. In the middle of the street, a little girl of 4 or 5 years old with pigtails was crying with a stick of candied haws in her hand. The armor-breaking beast was charging at the little girl. Ling-er, ling-er. Who will save my ling-er? Not far away, a woman screamed in fear and ran towards the little girl. However, she was obviously not a martial artist, so there was no time at all. None of the other martial artists in the surroundings made a move. The eyes of those martial artists were filled with fear. Roar! The armor-breaking beast clearly saw the little girl. With a roar and a bloodthirsty glint in its eyes, it ran toward the little girl. In the blink of an eye, he was already close to the little girl. The armor-breaking beast opened its mouth and bit the little girl. Its huge mouth was big enough to swallow a little girl. Behind them, the people on the horses laughed. Armor breaker, enjoy it. A young man in a gold-threaded robe shouted excitedly. At this moment, the little girl had already forgotten to cry. She was just staring blankly at him. Clearly, she was shocked. Ling-er. The woman let out a shrill cry. Lu Ming frowned. They actually released beasts to eat people on the streets. Was this still the imperial city? Just as the armor-breaking beast was about to bite the little girl, Lu Ming moved. His figure swayed slightly and he appeared beside the little girl. He reached out to hold the little girl and drifted backward. Roar! Seeing that the fat meat in its mouth had been snatched away, the armor-breaking beast roared angrily and pounced at Lu Ming with a murderous look in its eyes. Get lost! Lu Ming's eyes suddenly widened and he shouted loudly. A fiendish aura that was stronger than the armor-breaking beast's burst out. The armor-breaking beast roared with fear in its eyes. Like a frightened puppy, it ran away. Who's there? You dare to stop this young master's war beast from eating, you're courting death. A furious roar rang out. Ta-ta-ta. 7 or 8 war horses galloped over. The person in the lead was the young man in the gold-threaded robe. The young man's face was slightly pale. His eyes were malicious as he stared at Lu Ming coldly. Roar! The armor-splitting beast stood in front of the golden-robed young man. It seemed to have grown bolder and growled at Lu Ming. Little sister, are you all right? Lu Ming did not even look at the other party. Instead, he smiled at the little girl in his arms. I'm fine, Ling-er is fine. Thank you, big brother. The little girl said obediently. At this moment, the woman had already run over. To Lu Ming's surprise, the woman did not look at the little girl immediately. Instead, she knelt down in front of the golden-robed young man and shouted, Little prince, I beg you to let Ling-er go. Ling-er is only 5 years old. Bitch, go to the side and die. Beside the golden-robed young man, a thin-faced young man shouted coldly. He pulled out the soft whip in his hand and whipped the woman's body. Immediately, a bloody mark appeared on the woman's body, and blood oozed out, dyeing her clothes red. Mother! The little girl shouted. However, the woman ignored him and struggled to get up. She continued to kowtow to the young man in the golden robe and shouted, Little prince, I beg you, please do a good deed and let Ling-er go. Thump thump thump. The woman's forehead hit the ground. Her forehead was broken and blood flowed out. What's the use of kowtowing? That little girl is dead for sure. That's right, how can the food that the Wuxia war beast has its eyes on be settled by kowtowing? It's a pity for that young man. He probably just arrived at the imperial capital, but he actually interfered in this matter. I'm afraid his end will be miserable. He can only blame his bad luck. Whispers came from the surroundings. His voice was very soft as he was afraid that Wuxia would hear him. However, what was Lu Ming's cultivation level? He still heard every single word. But he just smiled. The woman continued to kowtow. On the warhorse, the golden-robed young man, Wuxia, furrowed his brows. His narrow eyes were filled with killing intent. I told you to get lost, didn't you hear me? The thin-faced young man's face revealed a ferocious expression as he whipped the woman again. Lu Ming frowned. He reached out and grabbed the soft whip. Brat, how dare you interfere when I didn't look for you? Now, kneel down and slap yourself 100 times. Put down this little girl obediently and get lost. The thin-faced young man pointed at Lu Ming and shouted. Lu Ming's eyes darkened and he looked at the thin-faced young man coldly. Kid, why aren't you letting go? All right, since that's the case, you'll also become food for my young master's war beast. The thin-faced young man pulled on the soft whip, but found that it didn't move at all, so he immediately shouted again. Do you usually feed your war beasts with humans? Lu Ming asked coldly. So what if I am? These lowlifes are just like ants. To be able to become the food of my young master's war beast, it's their good fortune that they've cultivated for several lifetimes. The thin-faced young man shouted arrogantly. He did not take Lu Ming seriously at all. What are you talking about? Hurry up and kill this kid, can't you see that armor breaker is hungry? At this moment, Hua Jia said indifferently. There was a hint of impatience in his voice. The thin-faced young man's expression changed drastically. He looked at Lu Ming ferociously and shouted, Brat, then I'll send you on your way. With that, he leaped off his warhorse and pounced at Lu Ming like an eagle. His momentum was not weak. First grade Great Martial Master Realm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This thin-faced young man was not even 30 years old, but his cultivation was already at the first grade Great Martial Master Realm. However, in front of Lu Ming, it was not enough. He flicked the soft whip in his hand, and a powerful true chi burst out and rushed along the soft whip. The thin-faced young man was still holding the soft whip in one hand. He suddenly felt a surge of power from the soft whip. This power rushed into his palm and almost caused it to explode. A terrifying wound appeared. He also let go of the soft whip. Buzz! Lu Ming swung the soft whip like a snake. It rolled out and wrapped around the thin-faced young man's neck. Then, with a swing, the thin-faced young man fell to the ground heavily, stirring up a cloud of dust. With just one move, the thin-faced first-grade Great Martial Master Realm young man was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Gasps could be heard all around. So powerful. He settled it in one move. What's so amazing about it? He dared to beat up Hua Jia's men, he's finished. It seems that this young man is indeed here for the first time. You're right, Hua Jia will never let him go. At this moment, the thin-faced young man let out an ear-piercing scream. Oh, really? Since that's the case, I'll feed you to the demonic beasts. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He flicked the soft whip in his hand and the thin-faced young man's body flew towards the armor-breaking beast. At the same time, the blood on the thin-faced young man's hand also splashed into the armor-breaking beast's mouth. Stimulated by the blood chi, the armor-breaking beast let out a roar, and the bloodthirsty light in its eyes became even stronger. Roar! With a roar, it opened its bloody mouth and bit at the thin-faced young man. No, no, don't. The thin-faced young man was so scared that his soul almost flew away as he frantically shouted. Ling don't look. Lu Ming blocked the little girl's eyes. Poochie. The armor-breaking beast bit off one of the thin-faced young man's arms. Chapter 198 An Eye for an Eye. Ah! The thin-faced young man let out a shrill scream. Roar! The armor-breaking beast roared, and its bloodthirsty light became even more intense. Armor breaker, stop! Hua Jia roared on his warhorse. However, the armor-breaking beast had bitten off one of its arms. The stimulation of its blood made it go berserk. It ignored Hua Jia's words and continued to pounce on the thin-faced young man. Help! Help! The thin-faced young man screamed and wanted to escape, but he was wrapped by the soft whip and could not escape at all. Lu Ming pulled the soft whip and the thin-faced young man flew toward him. The armor-breaking beast roared and continued to pounce. Lu Ming put the little girl down and took a step forward, pressing his palm on the armor-breaking beast's head. Boom! The armor-breaking beast's huge body was pressed down on the ground by Lu Ming, causing cracks to appear on the ground. The armor-breaking beast roared and struggled, but it was to no avail. The thin-faced young man shouted. He looked at Lu Ming in shock. There was some doubt in his eyes. He did not know why Lu Ming wanted to save him. Don't misunderstand, I don't mean to save you. I just want you to feel what it's like to be eaten by a demonic beast. Lu Ming said indifferently, his voice void of any emotion. No, don't, please let me go. The thin-faced young man screamed. Let you go? No, to be able to become the food of your family's young master's demonic beast, it's a blessing that you've cultivated for several lifetimes. I must fulfill your wish. Lu Ming smiled faintly. This sentence was what the thin-faced young man had said just now. No, I'm just talking nonsense. Just take it as a fart and let it go. The thin-faced young man said in a trembling voice. Enough. On his warhorse, Hua Jie's face was extremely gloomy. He looked at Lu Ming and said, Brat, this farce ends here. 3 breaths, in 3 breaths, destroy your own cultivation and kowtow to me 18 times. Then, I'll let today's matter rest. His words surprised the people around him. Hua Jie was willing to let Lu Ming go? This was a rare occurrence. It seemed that Hua Jie was a little afraid of Lu Ming. Hua Jie sat on his warhorse and looked down at Lu Ming. In his opinion, he was already doing Lu Ming a great favor by offering such a condition. However, Lu Ming did not seem to appreciate it. All of you, get out of my sight now, and I'll let this go. Lu Ming shouted. This made the surrounding people dumbfounded. Tell Hua Jie to get lost? It seemed that he really knew nothing about Hua Jie's identity. At the side, the woman held Ling tightly and shivered as if she was extremely afraid. Hua Jie was stunned for a moment. Then, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, he laughed and said, Tell me to get lost? Ha ha ha, good. Now, you have lost your only chance to live. Kill him. Yes. Behind Hua Jie, 6 figures jumped off their war horses. The 6 middle-aged men's eyes were bright, and as they rose, their auras exploded. They were all great martial masters. The weakest of them was at the 2nd grade Great Martial Master realm, while the strongest had reached the 3rd grade Great Martial Master realm. 3 2nd grade Great Martial Masters and 3 3rd grade Great Martial Masters joined forces, and their might was astonishing. They wanted to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. However, Lu Ming only glanced at them indifferently and then waved his palm. On his palm, there was a flash of spirit. Lu Ming had already incorporated the force of the wind into it, making his palm move at an unbelievable speed. Pa pa pa. The crowd only heard 6 slaps and then saw the 6 burly men flying back at a speed faster than their pounce. They fell heavily on the ground like 6 broken gunny sacks. Everyone saw that the left side of each of the 6 burly men's face was swollen, and a palm print could be clearly seen. Sisi goo. The sound of cold gasps rang out. Many people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as they looked on in shock. A single slap had sent 6 great experts flying. They were all 2nd or 3rd grade Great Martial Masters. Lu Ming looked to be in his 20s, but he was so terrifying. Where did this young expert come from? It was too shocking. The thin-faced young man was stunned, and his eyes were filled with despair. Even the armor-breaking beast was shocked. The bloodlust in its eyes receded and was replaced by fear as it kept retreating. Hua Jie was also stunned. After a while, he finally reacted and shouted angrily, Little bastard, you still dare to fight back? You're dead. I'm going to chop you up and feed you to the demonic beasts. They all want my life, and I can't even fight back. Lu Ming sneered. His eyes were cold as he walked toward Hua Jie. It was ridiculous. He really did not know what Wuxia was thinking. Did he think that he was born nobler than others, that he could insult others and take their lives at will, and others could not fight back and just wait for him to take them away? It was laughable. What do you want to do? Wuxia's face was extremely gloomy. The murderous intent in his eyes was so strong that it could not be dispersed. He could not wait to tear Lu Ming into pieces. What do you want? Don't you like to feed other people's lives to those animals of yours? I really want to know, when you become that beast's food, what kind of expression will you have? Lu Ming walked toward Wuxia step by step and smiled faintly. You dare? Do you know who I am? If you dare to do this, I'll exterminate your entire family. Wuxia shouted. Who are you? It's none of my business. Lu Ming replied indifferently. So you don't know who I am? Let me tell you, I'm the son of the Heavenly King. Don't you know that my father is the Heavenly King? If you kneel down and admit your mistake now, you can still live. Wuxia continued to shout, his eyes flashing with ruthlessness. It turned out that Lu Ming did not know his identity. Now that he had revealed his identity, he believed that Lu Ming would be scared to death. However, he was disappointed. Lu Ming had no intention of stopping. He did not even bat an eye. It seemed that the Heavenly King's name had no effect on Lu Ming. Wuxia's expression changed. It was extremely ugly and he was flustered. Gritting his teeth, Wuxia said, All right, just you wait. I will not let you off. Let's go. Leave? Did I say you could leave? Lu Ming's calm voice was heard. He moved and appeared in front of Wuxia. Kid, don't be so ungrateful. I swear, if you dare to touch me today, I will make sure you die without a burial place. Wuxia roared. Is that so? Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. Then I'll have to try even more. Lu Ming's palm glowed red and he grabbed at Wuxia. Stop, young man. Let me give you a piece of advice. My young master is not someone you can provoke. The 6 burly men rushed over again and one of them roared. You don't know your place. Woo woo woo. Lu Ming used his finger as a spear and stabbed out. 6 spear lights burst out. Bang bang. The 6 burly men roared and tried their best to block, but it was useless. They were once again sent flying and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. Wuxia's expression changed. Now, no one can stop me. Lu Ming clawed at Wuxia. Ah! Wuxia bellowed and wanted to resist. However, all his attacks were destroyed in an instant. Lu Ming grabbed his throat. Chapter 199, peed his pants in fear. Ah! Wuxia struggled madly. However, he was like a little chick in Lu Ming's hands. He could not put up any resistance. Silence. At this moment, the air between heaven and earth seemed to have frozen. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Even after knowing Wuxia's identity, Lu Ming was still so bold that he dared to hold Wuxia's throat. Even the elites of the 5 sects didn't have the guts to do so. This was because this was the imperial capital after all, the imperial family's genius. Let go of the young prince. The 6 burly men rushed over, not caring about their injuries. If you don't want him to die, then go ahead and attack. Lu Ming said. The 6 burly men immediately stopped. Lu Ming's figure moved and he appeared in front of the armor-breaking beast. Roar! The armor-breaking beast seemed to be very afraid of Lu Ming as it slowly retreated. Lu Ming flicked his finger and a ray of spear light pierced through the scales on the armor-breaking beast's body, causing blood to flow out. Roar! The armor-breaking beast was injured and let out an angry roar. Its eyes were red and it was filled with a murderous aura. Come on! Lu Ming stretched out his hand and sent Wuxia to the mouth of the armor-breaking beast. However, the armor-breaking beast looked at Wuxia hesitantly. It seemed to be afraid of Hua Jie. Lu Ming smiled and cut Hua Jie's arm with his hand. A stream of blood flew into the armor-breaking beast's mouth. Roar! The armor-breaking beast went crazy after being injured, and now, with blood in its mouth, it opened its mouth and roared. It was filled with bloodlust and its eyes were filled with greed as it stared at Hua Jie. No, don't! Hua Jie screamed desperately. He was almost scared out of his wits, and his whole body was trembling. I believe many people have been eaten by your demonic beasts. Now, your armor-breaking beast has eaten you. You deserve it. Lu Ming said indifferently. Everyone in the surroundings was extremely shocked as they looked at this scene with their mouths agape. Lu Ming was too bold. He actually wanted the armor-breaking beast to devour Hua Jie. There were also many people who were cheering in their hearts. Hua Jie had used his status to commit all sorts of evil in the imperial city. It could be said that he had angered the heavens and resented the people, but no one dared to say anything. This was because his father was the heavenly king of suppression. It was known as heaven suppressing, so one could imagine how powerful it was. Most importantly, the heavenly king and the 10 Directions Sword School had a very close relationship. Roar! The armor-breaking beast roared and pounced forward, biting at Hua Jie. Don't! The 6 middle-aged men roared. Ah! Hua Jie let out an extremely miserable shriek. He was extremely resentful and miserable. After that, a foul stench came out. Hua Jie was so scared that he peed his pants. Lu Ming smiled faintly and took a step back. The armor-breaking beast missed. Ah! Hua Jie continued to scream. After a while, he realized that everything was fine and stopped. Then, he realized that the people around him were looking at him strangely. Their faces were all red, and they obviously wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. At the same time, a foul smell entered Hua Jie's nose. In an instant, his face changed from pale to green, and then to red. At this moment, he wished he could find a hole in the ground to hide in. Ah, damn it, damn it! Hua Jie roared in his heart. A young prince who would let a demonic beast eat others for no reason. It turns out that he only has this much courage. He was so scared that he peed his pants. Today, I've learned something new, ha ha ha. Lu Ming casually threw Hua Jie aside. He did not even look at Hua Jie and left laughing. In fact, he had no intention of killing Hua Jie from the very beginning. The main reason he came to the imperial city was to investigate his father. If he killed Hua Jie, the heavenly king would definitely go crazy, and it would be difficult for him to stay in the imperial city. Now, he was only teaching Hua Jie a lesson. The enmity he had created was only between Hua Jie and the younger generation. The heavenly king was too embarrassed to interfere. At least on the surface, she was embarrassed. Lu Ming was not afraid of the younger generation. Damn it, I swear I'll kill you no matter who you are. Hua Jie was roaring in his heart, but he did not dare to voice it out for fear that Lu Ming would come back. Whoever dares to spread the word about what happened today, I will kill his entire family. After Lu Ming had gone far away, Hua Jie looked at the crowd around him and shouted angrily. The crowd was disdainful. This Hua Jie was really a bully. He peed his pants in front of Lu Ming. After Lu Ming left, he started to show off his might again. However, they were not as bold as Lu Ming and could only nod their heads. Let's go. Hua Jie called out and left in a hurry. He needed to find a place to change his pants. Lu Ming did not look for a restaurant in this area. He planned to walk further and find a place to rest. Brother, please wait. After walking for a while, he suddenly heard a shout from behind. Lu Ming was curious. He stopped and turned around. Behind him, 2 people were striding toward him. There were 2 young people and a woman. She was about 18 or 19 years old and was slightly older than Lu Ming. She was very beautiful. There was also a young man around 15 or 16 years old. He looked similar to the woman, with red lips and white teeth. He was very handsome. Lu Ming's eyebrows moved slightly. He did not know these two people. He did not know why they were looking for him. Could they be Hua Jie's men? Are you two looking for me? Lu Ming asked. That's right. I'm Ming Zhu, and I admire you for teaching Hua Jia a lesson earlier. That's why I'd like to get to know you. The young woman cupped her fists. My name is Ming Feng, my name is Ming Feng. What's your name, brother? It was so satisfying just now. I wanted to help, but my sister stopped me. The youth called out, appearing very lively. Their eyes were pure and they had no ill intentions. What they wanted to say was true. I'm Tianyun. Lu Ming muttered to himself. Tianyun was the reverse of Lu Yuntian's name. Since he had changed his appearance, he naturally had to change his name as well. So it's Brother Tian. Brother Tian, you look young, but your cultivation is so profound that it's truly admirable. You're not afraid of Hua Jia at all, and you even attacked him. I'm ashamed of you. Mingzhu said. You're too polite. It was just a small effort just now. It's nothing. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Big brother Tianyun, you're too humble. I don't have that kind of cultivation. Otherwise, I would have taught that Hua Jia lesson. Ha ha ha, he actually peed his pants just now. That was really fun. It will definitely cause a sensation in the imperial capital in the future. Ming Feng laughed loudly. He was really good at pulling strings and directly called him Big Brother Tianyun. Lu Ming did not mind. He just smiled. Brother Tian, this should be your first time coming to the imperial city, right? Mingzhu asked. Not bad. Lu Ming nodded. Mingzhu nodded her head, and with an expression that said, as expected, she continued, Brother Tian, even though that Hua Jia is a good-for-nothing rich kid and is not worth mentioning, his father is the Heavenly Suppression King. You must be careful. Heavenly King Zhen? Is he very strong? Lu Ming asked. To be honest, he had not heard of the Heavenly Suppression King before. Strong, of course he's strong. A hint of fear flashed in Mingzhu's eyes, and she said, Heavenly Suppression King is the elder brother of the current emperor. His cultivation is extremely profound, and he is in charge of more than half of the world's military power. He has never been defeated. It is said that his relationship with the 10 Directions Sword School is also extraordinary. Oh, he's really an important person. Lu Ming smiled slightly, showing no fear. Chapter 200 General Star Hall. Even if he knew what kind of person the Heavenly King was, he would still do what he had to do. Seeing Lu Ming's calm demeanor, she was secretly impressed. Big Brother Tianyun, are you also here to join the General Star Hall? Ming Feng suddenly asked. General Star's Hall? Lu Ming was stunned and full of doubts. That's right. The General Star's Hall is a place established by the royal family to specially gather all the geniuses in the world. It's the place with the most geniuses in the Blazing Sun Empire, aside from the 5 great sects. Ming Feng replied. There's actually such a place? Lu Ming's expression changed. Brother Tian, if you've come to the Imperial City to handle some matters, then you'll be leaving very soon. That's fine, but if you plan on staying permanently in the Imperial City, then I'd mind if you join the General Star Hall. The General Star's Hall was built by the previous emperors of the Blazing Sun Empire. It has been used to this day. As long as you join the General Star's Hall, the Heavenly Suppression King and the other elders will have no reason to interfere. At most, only the younger generation will be able to interfere. Mingzhu introduced. Mingzhu then explained what was going on with the General Star's Hall. It was very simple. It was the place where the royal family gathered all the heroes of the world and trained generals, so it was called the General Star Hall. Many people who came out of the General Star Hall would become great generals. Lu Ming was tempted. Joining the General Star Hall might be a good choice. By joining the General Star Hall, he would at least have a temporary place to stay. Moreover, the General Star Hall was considered a very important place in the imperial capital, so he might be able to obtain some important information. I wonder what are the conditions to join the General Star Hall? Lu Ming asked. There's almost no requirement. There's only one condition, and that's talent. As long as you have talent, the General Star's Hall will take you in, no matter what your identity is, where you came from, what your cultivation is, whether you are the son of a king, a minister, or a commoner. Mingzhu said. It's so loose. Lu Ming was shocked and in disbelief. Big brother Tianyun, let me tell you. There's a saying that the Burning Sun royal family is not willing to be controlled by the 10 Direction Sword School and wants to cultivate their own power. That's why they built the General Star's Hall, and the conditions are so low. Ming Feng whispered. Oh. Lu Ming was deep in thought. It seemed that the relationship between the 10 Direction Sword School and the royal family was quite delicate. Brother Tian, the General Star Hall will open its doors to recruit a batch of people every month. The day after tomorrow is the day of the monthly recruitment. Brother Tian, you can go and give it a try. Mingzhu said. Big brother Tianyun, let me tell you something. My sister is also a member of the General Star Hall. As for me, I'm going to join the General Star Hall the day after tomorrow. We'll be there together then. Ming Feng shouted. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Then take care, brother Tian. We'll meet the day after tomorrow. Mingzhu cupped her hands and left with Ming Feng. After that, Lu Ming continued to turn around. He turned a few streets before he found a restaurant and checked in. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. 2 days passed by peacefully, and nothing happened. 2 days later, Lu Ming walked out of the restaurant. The General Star Hall was extremely famous in the imperial capital. He only needed to ask around to find out its exact location. Lu Ming headed to the General Star's Hall. The General Star Hall was located in the northernmost part of the imperial capital. There were continuous mountains and numerous halls there, and one could not see the end of them with a glance. The gate of the General Star Hall was very majestic. There were 2 bronze Qilin statues standing on both sides of the gate. At the gate, there were more than a dozen burly men standing straight, exuding a strong and fierce aura. Obviously, they were all experts, and they were all great martial master experts. In front of the door, there was a table, and a white-haired old man was there to register. People came and went at the main entrance. Many of them were senior students of the General Star Hall. Those who joined the General Star Hall were all called students. There were also some who, like Lu Ming, were newcomers who intended to join the General Star's Hall. Big brother Tianyun. Lu Ming had just arrived when he heard a shout. Ming Feng and Mingzhu walked over. Good morning. Lu Ming smiled and greeted him. It seems that not many people have come. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the room and smiled. The General Star's Hall recruits a batch of people every month, so there aren't many people. On average, there are about 100 people every month. Mingzhu explained. Show me your bloodline. At this moment, a young man came to the front of the old man and the old man said indifferently. Swish. With a flash of bloody light, a tall brown bear appeared with 3 blood-red chakras. 3rd level blood meridian, sure. What's your name? The old man asked. Feng Wei. The young man said. Then, the old man took out a jade token and wrote a few inscriptions on it. He handed the token to the young man and said, All right, this is your identity jade card. You are now a student of the General Star Hall. The youth revealed a happy expression as he took the jade token and walked into the General Star Hall. Lu Ming was stunned. Isn't this procedure too simple? He asked. It's that simple. Mingzhu said with a smile. Then wouldn't there be disciples from the 5 great sects in the General Star Hall? Lu Ming asked curiously. Yes, of course there are disciples from the 5 major sections. There are quite a few of them. Some of them have come here to join the General Star Hall, some for cultivation, some for experience. However, after joining the General Star Hall will still have certain measures. Mingzhu explained. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. One by one, the young men went to register. Lu Ming realized that as long as one's blood meridian was above level 2, they could join the General Stars Hall. Kid, it's you. Suddenly, a voice filled with killing intent was heard. Lu Ming turned around, the corners of his mouth could not help but reveal a cold smile. It was Hua Jia. At this moment, Hua Jia had changed into a long Silavira robe with a jade belt around his waist. He was staring at Lu Ming coldly. Beside him, a few young men followed him and walked over. Brat, you actually dare to stay in the imperial capital and even think of joining the General Star Hall? Just as well, don't leave today. Hua Jia said gloomily. Isn't this the young prince? What a coincidence, eh? You've changed your pants, why do you still smell? Lu Ming's nose twitched and he said with a smile. You're looking for death. Hua Jia's face instantly turned red as he shouted with a ferocious look. This was the greatest hatred in his heart. Although he had warned others not to tell anyone about what had happened 2 days ago, there was no such thing as an impervious wall in the world. The news spread very quickly, and in 2 days, it had almost spread throughout the imperial city, becoming the laughingstock of others. Hua Jia hated Lu Ming to the core. Now, Lu Ming actually dared to mention this? Someone couldn't help but laugh. So he's the young man from 2 days ago? He actually dared to treat Hua Jia like that. I guess Hua Jia must hate him to the core. This is going to be interesting. Beside Hua Jia is Chen Xiong. That kid is finished. On the side, some of the senior students of the General Star Hall started to whisper. Chapter 201, Provocation. Young Prince, is this the boy? Beside Hua Jia, a tall young man was glaring at Lu Ming. It's this kid. I can recognize him even if he's turned to dust. Hua Jia said through gritted teeth. Young Prince, how do you want me to teach him a lesson? Whatever you want him to become, I'll make him become. Chen Xiong took a few steps forward and looked at Lu Ming teasingly. Do as you see fit. First, break his arms and legs. As for the rest, do as you wish. Hua Jia said in a deep voice. All right, then I'll beat him up so badly that even his mother won't be able to recognize him. Chen Xiong sneered, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. Peak 4th grade Great Martial Master Realm. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He was only a peak 4th grade Great Martial Master and yet he dared to be so arrogant. Chen Xiong, this is the General Star Hall. Don't act rashly. Mingzhu's expression was grave as she took a step forward. Io, isn't this the Pearl Beauty? What, you want to help him? But do you think you can stop me? Get lost immediately and don't ask for trouble. Chen Xiong berated. Mingzhu's expression changed, becoming extremely unsightly. What are you so arrogant for? At worst, we'll just have a battle. Ming Feng saw that Mingzhu was being bullied and immediately shouted. You're just a kid whose hair hasn't even fully grown yet. You're like an ant, and you want to fight me? I'll cripple you right now. Chen Xiong laughed coldly and walked towards Ming Feng. Lu Ming smiled faintly and took a step forward. His eyes were calm and a powerful aura rose from his body. The aura of a 4th grade Great Martial Master. So you're a 4th grade Great Martial Master. No wonder you could defeat 6 of the young prince's top experts and be so arrogant. But do you think that you can fight me just because you're a 4th grade Great Martial Master? I'll let you understand how naive you are. Chen Xiong's eyes flickered as he spoke in a contemptuous manner. Then you can try. Lu Ming said indifferently. Boom. Their auras clashed, and a gust of wind swept up. "What are you guys doing? You're not allowed to use force at the entrance of the General Star Hall, all of you, leave." Suddenly, at the entrance of the General Star Hall, the old man in charge of registration let out an angry roar. An extremely powerful aura burst out and enveloped the entire area. Lu Ming's gaze changed. This old man was definitely a martial arts grandmaster. "Elder, this person has a grudge against me. I'll cripple him and leave immediately." Hua Jia cupped his fists at the old man. "Young prince, although you have a noble status, this is the General Star Hall, and the General Star Hall has its own rules. Other than His Majesty, no one can break the rules of the General Star Hall, and you are no exception." The old man cupped his fists slightly, but he had no intention of giving in. "You win." Hua Jia's expression was ugly, but he was helpless. The General Stars Hall's elders were directly under the Emperor. Even if his father, the Heavenly Suppression King, were here, the General Stars Hall's elders might not give him any face. "Humph, kid, you're lucky, but your luck will last for 3 days at most. I'll see how you die in 3 days." Hua Jia said as he looked at Lu Ming coldly. "Let's go." After that, Hua Jia waved his hand and strode into the General Star Hall. Chen Xiong cast a cold glance at Lu Ming. He sneered and followed Hua Jia. "All right. Continue." The old man waved his hand and said. There were not many people in the first place. Very soon, it was Ming Feng's turn. After Ming Feng, it was Lu Ming's turn. "Condense your bloodline and let me see." The old man cast a nonchalant glance at Lu Ming. "All right." Lu Ming nodded. Then, a sanguine light flashed on his body and his spirit-devouring bloodline was condensed. At the same time, 6 blood-colored chakra shone. 6th level blood meridian. The old man's eyes suddenly burst with intense light, like 2 suns. At the side, Ming Zhu, Ming Feng, and some other people also looked at Lu Ming in shock. A 6th level blood meridian, it was actually a 6th level blood meridian. One must know that in the 5 great sects, those with 6th level bloodlines were all considered top geniuses, and they were people at the level of the newcomer king. At most, there would be 1 or 2 in a year, or even none. The old man's eyes flickered and he suddenly asked, "Which of the 5 great sects are you a disciple of?" Lu Ming was stunned. He smiled bitterly in his heart. It seemed that the level of the blood meridian was too high and it had aroused the suspicion of the elder. However, he could not control the appearance of the chakra of his bloodline. Otherwise, he could only display 3 chakras in a low-key way. Junior doesn't belong to any of the 5 great sections. "I'm just a rogue cultivator." Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. He wasn't lying. He was indeed a wandering cultivator now. "Oh." The old man's eyes flickered, clearly not believing it. "What's your name?" the old man asked. "Tianyun." Lu Ming answered. Then, the old man took out a jade token and carved a few inscriptions on it. "There's a test at the martial arts field in 3 days." He passed the jade token to Lu Ming. "All right." Lu Ming took the jade card and nodded. "Big brother Tianyun, which room are you staying in?" After Lu Ming had registered, Ming Feng came up to him and asked. Lu Ming picked up the jade card and channeled essential qi into it. Some information immediately appeared. "Outer Hall, number 11232. Lu Ming said. Then let's be together. My outer palace number is 11,231, and my sister is not far from us. She's in number 11186. Ming Feng was overjoyed. Lu Ming nodded, but his heart was moved. Every martial artist had their own room. There were more than 10,000 of them. It seemed like there were quite a number of people in the General Star Hall. There were at least 10,000 people. However, it was normal when he thought about it. The General Stars Hall recruited a batch of people every month. Even if there were not many each time, the number of people accumulated over the years was not small. Lu Ming, you have to be careful in 3 days. At this moment, Mingzhu warned with a grave expression. Lu Ming's expression changed. The old man told everyone who joined that there would be a test in the martial arts school field 3 days later. Moreover, Hua Jia had said that Lu Ming was lucky and only had 3 days. He would see how Lu Ming died 3 days later. He was very curious about this. What's going on with the test in 3 days? Lu Ming asked. Mingzhu pondered for a moment and said, Brother Tian, you should know that the General Stars Hall recruits people without asking about their background or origin. They take in anyone. There must be a mix of good and bad people here. Of course, the General Star Hall will take some measures. Therefore, the students who have just joined the General Star Hall will have a test in 3 days. The test is actually very simple. It'll be a sparring match between the senior students and the new students. On the surface, it's a sparring match, but in reality, it's to test the new students' abilities. If they're disciples of the 5 great sects, then they definitely won't receive any training in the future. Mingzhu explained in detail. So that was how it was. Lu Ming nodded. In that case, 3 days later, Hua Jia and the others were planning to tamper with the test, so, Brother Tian, you must be careful in 3 days. By right, the senior students who will participate in the test will be selected by the elders of the General Star Hall. However, with Hua Jia's abilities, it should not be difficult for him to do something. Mingzhu continued. If they want to come, then let them come. Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not care. Brother Tian, don't be careless. Qin Xiong is a top genius. Although his cultivation is at the peak of the 4th grade Great Martial Master realm, he once had a record of killing a 5th grade Great Martial Master with a single strike. He's extremely powerful, and ordinary martial artists can't compare to him at all. Mingzhu continued. Genius? Wouldn't that be even more interesting? Lu Ming was still smiling faintly. Upon seeing this, Mingzhu did not say much. She led Lu Ming and Ming Feng to the dormitory. Chapter 2023 Palms. The General Star Hall was really huge. It was like a small world inside. There were countless mountains, rivers, and historical sites. In particular, the palaces and pavilions were densely packed and overlapping. The dormitory of the General Star Hall was made up of many pavilions. They were all 7-story pavilions with rooms. Lu Ming's room was on the 3rd floor. There was a metal plate hanging at the door with the number 11,232 written on it. Ming Feng's room was right next to his. After taking out his identity jade plate, Zhang Tai shone it on the iron plate. As the iron plate glowed, the door opened automatically. Lu Ming walked in. The room was very spacious and elegantly decorated. There was even a bookshelf on one side of the room, which was filled with brand new books. The treatment in the General Stars Hall is much better than in the mystical sword sect. Although the royal family has declined, they are still the orthodox lineage. Their heritage is still there. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. When he opened the door, he saw that it was Mingzhu and Ming Feng. Brother Tian, you've just joined the General Star Hall. I'll show you around. Mingzhu smiled sweetly. Lu Ming nodded. He wanted to familiarize himself with it. Lu Ming and the Pearl Mountain strolled around the General Star Hall. They chatted as they walked. During this period of time, Lu Ming found out that Mingzhu and Ming Feng were the children of a general in the Blazing Sun Empire. Their father guarded the border and fought wars all year round. As his children, they naturally joined the General Stars Hall and could become generals who guarded an area in the future. The 3 of them chatted as they walked, and their relationship slowly grew closer. After a few hours, Lu Ming returned to his room and entered the Supreme Shrine. He moved his hand and a secret manual appeared in his hand. The three palms was one of the two earth-level martial arts techniques that Lu Ming had obtained from the Dongi tribe's ruins. Previously, he didn't have that much energy to cultivate, but now that he had already cultivated the soaring steps to the highest level, he could finally start cultivating the three palms. Lu Ming opened the secret manual of the three palms and read it in detail. After a long time, Lu Ming closed the secret manual, his face full of surprise. The three palm strikes were completely offensive martial arts techniques, and their power exceeded his imagination. Three palms. In fact, there were only three palms in total. The first palm strike was the palm of humanity. The second palm was the beast Tao palm. The third palm strike was the heavenly path palm strike. According to the introduction, the power of the first palm, the human path palm, was already completely equivalent to the power of other earth-grade martial arts techniques. The power of the second palm had completely exceeded the power of a low earth-grade martial technique, and was infinitely close to a high earth-grade martial technique. As for the third palm, the heavenly path palm, it was said that when cultivated to the highest realm, its power was infinitely close to that of a heaven-rank martial skill. It was infinitely close to a heaven-level martial arts technique. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. Heaven-level martial skills, what kind of concept was that? It was much stronger than earth-level martial skills, incomparably terrifying. That was a martial skill that only king-level warriors were qualified to cultivate. The reason why the three palms were classified as a low earth-grade martial arts technique, according to the introduction, was because the third palm, in history, very few people were able to successfully cultivate it. The difficulty was too great. Having it was equivalent to not having it, so the three palm strikes were determined as earth-grade lower-level martial arts techniques. Only when the first palm had been cultivated to the third level could the second palm be cultivated. However, if he wanted to cultivate the third palm, he didn't know what conditions he would need. It all depended on luck. Lu Ming carefully comprehended it. After reading it, he took out the three palms secret manual and read it in detail. The difficulty of cultivating the three palms was even more difficult than the ancient shield technique. 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. In 3 days, there was no progress in the three palm strikes. At this moment, it was time for the new students to take their test. Early in the morning, Ming Zhu and Ming Feng found Lu Ming and walked to the martial arts school field with him. The martial arts field was extremely vast. It was said to be the place where the emperor reviewed his troops. One could not see the end of it. On one side of the field, there were more than a dozen fighting rings. At this moment, hundreds of people had already gathered around one of the fighting rings. More than 100 of them were the new students. As for the others, they were all senior students. Some of them were here to watch the show, while others were here to take part in the test. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, he saw a few cold eyes staring at him. They were Hua Jie, Chen Xiong, and the others. Beside Hua Jie, there were more than 10 young men. They had indeed come. Lu Ming smiled faintly and could not be bothered with them. This kid is so calm now. Wait a moment, let's see how he dies. That's right. He's lucky to be alive today for daring to offend the young prince, but that's it. The other young men beside Hua Jie sneered. Hua Jie's lips curled into a cold killing intent as he said, Chen Xiong, wait a moment. You just need to be ruthless and put the blame on the Star Hall. I'll take the responsibility. Young prince, don't worry. I know what to do. Chen Xiong sneered. After that, the number of people slowly increased, and in the end, there were about 500 people. At this moment, a middle-aged elder stepped onto the fighting ring. The test this time is very simple. I'll send out the senior students to fight with the new students. The new students don't have to be afraid and just use your strength to the fullest. If you can withstand 100 moves from the senior students, the General Star Hall will give you a generous reward. If you can defeat the senior students, you will be able to cultivate for 1 year free in the other 6 cultivation sanctuaries of the General Star Hall, except for the Earth Cave. The middle-aged elder announced. As soon as he said that, the eyes of many new students began to light up. 7 cultivation sanctuaries? Lu Ming had some doubts. Obviously, he had not heard of it. Brother Tian, the 7 cultivation sanctuaries are unique to the General Star Hall. It's very magical. I'll tell you in detail after the test. Mingzhu said in a low voice. Alright, let's begin. The first to come up is Wu Yuan. The middle-aged elder announced. As soon as he finished speaking, a thin young man stepped onto the fighting ring. Du Can, you go up and test him. The middle-aged elder instructed an older student. Yes. A senior student in a red robe appeared. Without saying much, the battle began. The new student, Wu Yuan, launched a frenzied attack. The battle saber in his hand turned into a rolling saber light, attacking towards Du Can. As for Du Can, he had a smile on his face the entire time. He was unruffled and did not fight back. Instead, he dodged blindly. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He could tell that Du Can's cultivation was definitely above that of a martial grandmaster while Wu Yuan was only a 6th grade master. The difference was too great. If Du Can really made a move, he would be able to take Wu Yuan's life in half a move. However, Du Can did not make a move. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He raised his head and looked at the sky to his right. In the sky, above a cloud, a few elders were watching the fighting ring with bright eyes. As expected, there are experts observing in the dark. It seems that this General Star's Hall is not simple. It can't be like the rumors outside that the General Star's Hall is used by the royal family to cultivate their own strength in an attempt to fight against the 10-direction sword school, right? But it's so obvious. It's impossible that the 10-direction sword school doesn't know about it, right? Lu Ming pondered, full of doubts. At this moment, a few old men were carefully observing the competition on the fighting ring. The blade light is rolling. This is the Lone Peak 30 strikes. This Wu Yuan should be from the Lone Peak city. There's no problem. An old man said. It's a pity that his cultivation is too weak and his talent is average. Another old man sighed. There's no other way. Most of the talented ones have been recruited by the 5 great sections. Let's wait and see. Another sigh was heard. Chapter 203, You Have the Nerve to Show Off. Soon, 50 to 60 moves had passed on the fighting ring. Let's end this. Du Can lightly shouted. He shot out a punch, and Wu Yuan was directly blasted off the fighting stage. Let's continue. The second round, go away. The middle-aged elder began to announce. One test after another continued. However, the strength of the new students varied. Some of them were only at the warrior realm, and it was impossible for them to last more than 100 moves against the older students. Of course, there were also exceptions. One of them had reached the 3rd grade Great Martial Master realm and defeated an older student, attracting a lot of attention. Soon, it was Ming Feng's turn. However, Ming Feng's cultivation was only at the 6th grade master realm. For his age, it was already very good, but he was no match for the senior student. The other party had deliberately held back for more than 50 moves and then defeated Ming Feng easily. Next, Tianyun. The middle-aged elder announced. Lu Ming's expression changed and he stepped onto the fighting ring. Qin Xiong, come up and take the test. The middle-aged elder shouted. Qin Xiong, as expected. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he revealed a cold smile. It's really Qin Xiong. It can't be such a coincidence. He must have done something. Or, he must have been bribed. Mingzhu said in a low voice. Isn't this too despicable? Why don't we just ask Big Brother Tianyun to give up on the test? Ming Feng said. No, if you give up the test, you can't stay in the General Star Hall. Mingzhu said. Then what should we do? Sister, is that Qin Xiong really that powerful? No matter what, Big Brother Tianyun is still a 4th grade Great Master. Ming Feng said anxiously. Mingzhu sighed. Of course Chen Xiong is strong. He can kill an ordinary 5th grade great martial master with a single sword strike. I heard that no less than 3 5th grade great martial masters have died at his hands. That's so powerful, what should we do? Ming Feng was even more anxious. There's nothing we can do about it. We'll just have to see how Tianyan's good fortune will turn out. Mingzhu sighed. Ha ha ha. On the other side, Chen Xiong laughed heartily. He stepped onto the fighting ring and stood in front of Lu Ming. Below the fighting stage, Hua Jie sneered. Kid, you're Tianyan, right? You've managed to live for 3 more days. Now, accept your fate. Hua Jie, you haven't fought for a few days. Are your bones itching again? Or, do you want to pee your pants again? Lu Ming glanced at Hua Jie and said loudly. His voice spread far and wide. Hua Jie almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Ming was too detestable. He had touched on Hua Jie's sore spot. Hua Jie's face was flushed red. He stared at Lu Ming with a sense of duty and roared, "Little bastard, scream all you want. This is your last chance. I'll let you have a taste of your mouth. After all, you're going to die soon." Hee hee. Lu Ming sneered in response. He could not be bothered to deal with Hua Jie, this mad dog. Swish. At this moment, Chen Xiong unsheathed his long sword. A brilliant, blood-red sword chi shot up into the sky. Tianyan, I once used this sword to kill a 5th grade great martial master with a single strike. It's your honor to die under my sword. Chen Xiong shouted loudly. His face was filled with pride. You killed a 5th grade great master realm martial artist with a single sword strike, and you still have the cheek to brag about it? Don't you find it embarrassing? Lu Ming pursed his lips and said indifferently. As soon as he said that, the people around him staggered and almost fell. All of them looked at Lu Ming speechlessly. Breaking the record? In Lu Ming's eyes, a 4th grade great martial master killing a 5th grade great martial master with a single slash was actually a broken record and embarrassing? This was a battle of a higher realm, and it was in the great martial master realm. A great martial master who could cross realms and kill an opponent was definitely a top genius. Bragging, he was definitely bragging. Almost everyone thought that Lu Ming was bragging. Even Mingzhu and Ming Feng looked at each other in dismay. Go on, I'll let you brag as much as you want as a dying man. Hua Jie burst out laughing. However, Chen Xiong's expression was extremely ugly. The battle results that he had been so proud of were actually so pathetic in Lu Ming's eyes. Whether he was bragging or not, in his opinion, this was an insult to him. Tianyan, wait a moment. I hope you can still say it. Chen Xiong's voice was incomparably cold. He pointed his long sword and a surge of sword chi gushed towards Lu Ming. Kill! Chen Xiong shouted, his killing intent soaring into the sky. He became one with the sword and turned into a blood-red sword light, slashing toward Lu Ming. The sword chi whistled as if it could cut the space in half. It was extremely powerful. This was not a test or a spar. He was clearly trying to kill Lu Ming. Not good. The faces of the Pearl Mountain siblings changed drastically. As for Hua Jie, he laughed coldly and thought, brat, it's really a good thing for you to die like this. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming's expression was calm. As he looked at the incoming sword light, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He didn't take out a weapon. Instead, he waved his hand. A red light flashed in his hand, and a red spear formed. Lightning. Whoosh. The red spear's radiance flashed. Fast, too fast, so fast that most people didn't even see it clearly. Only the few elders on the clouds had a change in expression. Bang! In the fighting ring, 2 beams of light collided. However, Chen Xiong's sword radiance was like a layer of bubbles, shattering upon contact. Then, the spear radiance continued and disappeared in a flash. The spear quickly disappeared, and two figures stood opposite each other on the fighting ring. Who won? Everyone watched with wide eyes. Suddenly, a stream of blood spurted out of Qin Xiong's throat. Qin Xiong let out a blood-curdling screech. He clutched his throat tightly with both hands. His eyes were wide open like a dead fish as he stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. "I've said it before, your lousy battle record is really embarrassing," Lu Ming said indifferently. "You." Qin Xiong's eyes revealed a look of fear and unwillingness. Then, he fell down and stopped breathing. The surrounding students of the General Star Hall were all dumbfounded. One move. He had actually killed a top-tier genius, Qin Xiong, in one move. Moreover, Lu Ming did not even use a weapon. He had only condensed a long spear with essential qi, and with a casual attack, he had killed Qin Xiong. What kind of strength was this? Wasn't he too strong? In front of him, Qin Xiong simply did not have the slightest strength to fight back. Genius. Peerless genius. Many people were roaring in their hearts. He's so strong. This young man isn't simple. An old man in the cloud said. Could it be a genius from the 5 great sects? It's hard to say. I really hope he's not a disciple of the 5 great sections. Investigate thoroughly. If he's not from the 5 great sects, we must do our best to rope him in. The few elders looked at Lu Ming with bright eyes. Below the fighting ring, Wuxia was dumbfounded by the scene. After a long while, he finally reacted and roared angrily, "Tianyun, you actually killed Qin Xiong. You actually killed him. You're going to pay with your life." Pay with my life? It's ridiculous. Just now it was Qin Xiong himself who shouted that he wanted to kill me. Now that I've killed him, it's completely his own fault. Moreover, Elder didn't say that I can't kill anyone. Lu Ming cast a glance at Wuxia and said disdainfully. Chapter 204, The 7 Cultivation Sanctuaries. On the fighting ring, the middle-aged elder's face darkened, but he did not say anything. He had indeed been bribed by Wuxia. However, he knew that there were a few powerful figures watching him from the clouds. Hence, he did not dare to go overboard. Wuxia was stunned. He could not refute Lu Ming's words. How about this, Wuxia, I'll give you a chance. All of you, come at me together. Lu Ming said indifferently. What? There was an uproar at the scene. Lu Ming actually wanted the people brought by Wuxia to attack together? This was too arrogant. One should know that the people beside Wuxia were all geniuses. They were the children of many influential figures in the imperial city and were very powerful. Some of them were even stronger than Qin Xiong. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, how could he be a match for so many experts? This was crazy. This was crazy. What? You want to challenge so many of us? Even Wuxia himself was stunned for a moment. Then, he reacted and revealed a look of ecstasy on his face. He hurriedly shouted, "All right, you said it, don't go back on your word." At the same time, he laughed in his heart. He was laughing at Lu Ming for courting death. On the fighting ring, the middle-aged elder was a little stunned. This was the first time he had seen such a scene during a test. For a moment, he did not know whether to agree or not. At this moment, a voice transmission entered his ears, asking him to agree. It was a voice transmission from an elder above the clouds. They wanted to take the opportunity to observe Lu Ming. All right, this battle can proceed. The middle-aged elder announced. Go. Wuxia hurriedly waved his hand, and more than a dozen young men beside him rushed up to the fighting ring. Brat, do you think you can be so arrogant just because you defeated Qin Xiong? You're really naive. He's actually challenging so many of us at once. He's simply courting death. If I don't beat him up, I'm not a Wang. These young men glared at Lu Ming with hostility and sneered. Lu Ming had challenged so many of them at once. It was obvious that he was looking down on them. It was an insult. They wanted to make Lu Ming regret it. Cut the crap. If you want to make a move, do it now. If you don't, get lost. Lu Ming berated. Damn it, you're looking for death. Kill him. The dozen or so young men let out angry roars, and their bodies emitted a powerful aura. Boom. 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 A blood-red light flashed and the blood of the dozen youths burst out at the same time. A terrifying attack surged toward Lu Ming like a never-ending tide. Lu Ming was instantly drowned by the colorful brilliance. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. Lu Ming was so arrogant. They wanted to see how Lu Ming would fight against more than 10 young geniuses. At this moment, Lu Ming made his move. Just like before, he didn't even draw his weapon. With a brilliant glow, a spear materialized in his hand. Buzz! The long spear swept out in a very direct and violent way. A full moon appeared on the fighting ring. Bang! Bang! With a loud boom, the attacks of the dozen or so young men were instantly dispersed. The terrifying spear light whizzed out and swept in all directions. Ah! Achoo! Ah! More than a dozen screams sounded out as more than a dozen figures were thrown out of the fighting ring and coughed up blood. It was frozen. The air seemed to have frozen at this moment. Everyone looked at this scene in a daze. One move, it was still just one move, and the dozen or so young geniuses that Hua Jia had brought with him were all defeated. He loosened his grip gently, as if he was chasing away a dozen flies. What a waste of time. At this moment, Lu Ming pursed his lips and said. Everyone was speechless. They were roaring in their hearts. What do you mean by wasting time? You're the one who's too abnormal, okay? You can't attack people like this. Hua Jia's body trembled. His face was pale and his lips were trembling. He pointed at Lu Ming and said, You coward. He couldn't say a word. Strong, he's too strong. Big brother Tianyun is too strong. Ming Feng muttered to himself, his face filled with excitement. At the side, Mingzhu's beautiful eyes also flickered with extraordinary splendor. Lu Ming's strength had completely exceeded her expectations. Who? Above the clouds, a few old men let out a long breath, their eyes flickering. How is it? Can you tell what their origins are? One of the old men asked. I can't tell. It was just one move, and most of them were swept by absolute power. Very little information was exposed. Furthermore, what he used was most likely a personal martial technique that he had obtained himself. There are no traces of the 5 great sections. Another old man said. This is difficult. Is such a peerless genius really from the 5 great sects? Pay attention, we must pay close attention. If it's someone from the 5 great sects, they're just here to use the sacred land to cultivate. They won't be able to stay for long. If he isn't, I must rope him in. The few elders quickly discussed. Elder, is my test over? Lu Ming asked the middle-aged elder. The knot has ended. The middle-aged elder stuttered. Lu Ming nodded and jumped off the fighting ring. Hua Jia glared at Lu Ming resentfully and left with more than 10 young men who were staggering. They were in a sorry state. Hua Jia would become a laughingstock once again if he came in a high-profile manner and left with a dejected face. Lu Ming smiled faintly. As long as there were no elders, he did not care about a dandy like Hua Jia. Then, the test continued, but there were no outstanding people. Soon, all the tests were over. The middle-aged elder marked the identity jade card of each new student. I can finally go to the 7 cultivation sanctuaries to cultivate. Ming Feng laughed. Ming Feng, are the 7 cultivation sanctuaries really that good? Lu Ming asked curiously. Good, of course it's good. Big brother Tianyun, do you know why there are disciples from the 5 great sects who managed to sneak in? He wants to enter the 7 sacred lands of the General Star Hall to cultivate. Ming Feng's eyes lit up. Brother Tian, the 7 cultivation sanctuaries of the General Stars Hall are the most important treasure lands of the royal family. It is said that the 10 Direction Sword School is very coveting them, but the royal family has them in their hands. It can be said that the 7 cultivation sanctuaries are the foundation of the royal family. They can't give them to anyone else. Mingzhu also explained. That's right, big brother Tianyun. You've defeated the senior students this time. Other than the Earth Yuan Cave, you can choose any of the other 6 places and train for free for a year. I'm so envious. Ming Feng shouted. I wonder what are the 7 cultivation sanctuaries? Lu Ming asked. I'll say it. The 7 cultivation sanctuaries are Earth Essence Cave, Gingjin Valley, Godwind Valley, No Rest Tower, 10,000 Killing Secret Realm, Foggy Marsh and Lightning Palace, Ming Feng immediately said. Among them, the most mysterious one is the Earth Yuan Cave. Under the Earth Yuan Cave, there is a rich fire spiritual qi that can be condensed into true qi. In the Earth Yuan Cave, whether it is to improve cultivation or to practice fire attribute martial skills, it will be twice the result with half the effort. The Gingjin Valley is filled with rich golden qi, and is the best place to cultivate metal attribute cultivation techniques and martial arts techniques. God Wind Valley is filled with strong winds and hurricanes, it is the best gu for the wind attribute. Ming Feng explained the characteristics of the 7 cultivation holy lands one by one. Chapter 205, Earth Cave. It's so magical. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a strong interest. There were not many places like this in the mystical sword sect. Lu Ming only knew of a clam cave in the Vermilion Bird Hall. The royal family that had once ruled the Burning Sun Empire was indeed powerful. Big brother Tianyun, which one do you plan on going to first? Ming Feng asked. Earth Yuan Cave. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said. Okay, I want to go too. Let's go together. Ming Feng was overjoyed. Lu Ming nodded. Then you two go to the Earth Cave. I'm going to the Foggy Marsh to practice a martial skill, so I won't be going with you. Mingzhu said with a smile. Sister, you should hurry up and go. Ming Feng urged. You brat, you've just arrived at the General Stars Hall, so don't cause any trouble. Mingzhu glared at Ming Feng, then left. Big brother Tianyun, let's go to the Earth Cave together. Ming Feng shouted, looking extremely excited. Earth Cave, just ask a senior student and he would know the way. The two of them passed through many palaces and came to a mountain peak. At the foot of the mountain, there was a huge stone wall with a stone door on it. 2 middle-aged men were guarding the door. The 2 middle-aged men were just casually standing there, but they exuded an aura that was as deep as the ocean. What a strong cultivation. He is definitely a martial arts grandmaster. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Everyone said that the imperial family had declined, but it seemed that their strength was still not to be underestimated. In the mystical sword sect, a martial arts grandmaster was an expert at the level of a Silavira-robed elder. Senior, we're here to cultivate in the Earth Cave. Ming Feng walked in front of a burly man and bowed respectfully. Let me take a look at your identity jade token. The large man said expressionlessly. Lu Ming and Ming Feng took out their identity jade cards and handed them to the burly man. The burly man took it and looked at it before nodding. You can go in and exchange for the inscription stones first. Only with the inscription stones can you open the secret training room in the Earth Cave. Alright, thank you, senior. Ming Feng nodded and took out the spiritual crystals. Lu Ming also took out his spirit crystals. On the way here, Ming Feng had already explained the situation in the Earth Cave to Lu Ming in detail. The imperial family had carved out 13 levels of the Earth Cave. There were some secret training rooms on each floor, which were filled with rich fire property spiritual qi. It was very useful for improving cultivation, refining genuine qi, and practicing fire property martial skills. The lower he went, the denser the spiritual chi was, and the better the effect. However, they couldn't let people cultivate for free. Each secret room was engraved with an inscription stone. Only the imperial family's inscription stone could open the secret room and enter it to cultivate. Inscription stones, 30 spiritual crystals for one. Of course, the further down he went, the more rune stones he needed. How many inscription stones do you want to exchange? The middle-aged man asked Ming Feng. One piece is enough. Ming Feng said. On the first level of the earth cave, one only needed an inscription stone to open a secret cultivation room and cultivate for a month. Ming Feng took out 30 spiritual crystals and handed them to the middle-aged man. Then, the middle-aged man handed Ming Feng a fiery red stone that was engraved with inscriptions. How about you? How many runestones do you need? The middle-aged man asked. I'll exchange for 100 yuan first. Lu Ming said casually. What? 100 yuan? The two middle-aged men were shocked. Ming Feng also widened his eyes. 100 rune stones would cost 3,000 spiritual crystals, which was equivalent to 30 million taels of Esilavir. How could Lu Ming have so many spiritual crystals at such a young age? Lu Ming smiled. His fingers glowed and a jade box appeared. There were rows of spiritual crystals neatly stacked inside. Lu Ming took out 3,000 spiritual crystals and handed them to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged burly man took it and took out 100 inscription stones, handing them to Lu Ming. Go in and cultivate. The two middle-aged men finally smiled. The stone door opened and Lu Ming and Ming Feng walked in. As soon as he entered, he felt a strong fire attribute spiritual chi blowing in his face. After walking forward for about 100 meters, a huge underground cave appeared. The surroundings were well maintained, and it was obvious that it was man-made. Around the cave, there were many secret training rooms. The doors of the secret rooms were all closed, but some of them were shimmering with a faint light, indicating that someone was cultivating inside. If there was no light on the door, it meant that no one was cultivating inside. In the middle was a hole. As he walked in, he saw that there was a spiral stone staircase leading down the cave. This was the first floor, and the second floor was just below. Big brother Tianyun, which level do you plan on going to cultivate? I'll be cultivating here. Ming Feng said with a hint of envy. The world energy here isn't very dense, let's go down. Lu Ming said. Go down? But my inscription stone. Don't I have it here? I haven't even thanked you for talking so much with me. Let's go down together, my treat. Lu Ming smiled. You're really inviting me? Then I won't be polite. Ming Feng was overjoyed and did not hold back at all. Ming Feng's young heart was true to his nature and he was not so indirect. He took the lead and headed to the second level. The space on the second floor was no smaller than the first floor. The layout was almost the same as the first level, except that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was richer. Lu Ming could almost feel the scorching spiritual energy of heaven and earth wrapping around his body continuously as if it was going to drill into his body. The Earth Yuan Cave is indeed worthy of its reputation. And this is the outside of the secret room. If I cultivate in the secret room, my cultivation will probably increase 10 times faster than outside. Besides, it's definitely very useful to cultivate fire attribute martial skills. It's also very useful to comprehend the fire force. I've made the right decision to come here today. This is only the second level, but the fire spiritual chi is already so dense. It is said that there are 13 levels in the earth cave. I wonder what it will be like if I go further down. Lu Ming pondered secretly. Big brother Tianyun, to open a secret room for cultivation for a month on this floor, you need 3 inscription stones. Ming Feng said. Continue down. Lu Ming smiled and headed to the third level. Ming Feng hurriedly followed. On the third floor, the the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was even denser. On this floor, Lu Ming's eyes flickered as he saw 5 to 6 young men sitting cross-legged in the middle of the open space. Although the world energy chi in the open space outside was still quite rich, it couldn't be compared to the one inside the secret room. What were these people doing outside? Ming Feng seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed and he whispered to Lu Ming, "I've heard from my sister that some people don't have spiritual crystals to exchange for inscription stones in the Earth Yuan cave, so they rob other people's secret practicing rooms here. When someone opens a secret room, they'll seize it." "Oh." Lu Ming nodded. It seemed that no matter where it was, disputes of interest were inevitable. Chapter 206, Seizing the Secret Room. Then, he started to look around. There were more than 20 secret rooms in the surroundings. More than a dozen of them were lit up, and it was obvious that someone was cultivating there. There were 6 rooms that were dim. Lu Ming took a look and walked towards a secret room. The eyes of the 6 young men who were sitting cross-legged in the middle lit up when they saw Lu Ming walking toward a secret chamber. "I've never seen this kid before. He's probably a hothead. Could it be that they just arrived?" After waiting for several days, someone finally came to open the secret cultivation room. "I'm going to seize it," the 6 young men thought to themselves. Big brother Tianyun. Ming Feng was a little nervous as he followed behind Lu Ming. After all, anyone who dared to occupy someone else's secret cultivation room here was definitely a ruthless person. Lu Ming did not care and took out 9 inscription stones. The secret room on the 3rd floor required 9 inscription stones to open. There were a few pits on the stone door. Lu Ming placed the 9 runestones into the pit. The stone door immediately flashed with light. Then, there was a clicking sound and the stone door opened. This secret training room is mine." "You're dreaming. I was the first to arrive here. I arrived 7 days ago. This secret chamber is mine. The one that came earlier was already yours? In your dreams. The secret cultivation room is the home of the strong. Get out of here immediately." When the door of the secret room opened, the 6 young men stood up and shouted one after another. They all wanted to take this secret room for themselves. As for the thoughts of Lu Ming, the party involvered, they directly ignored them. One of them looked like he had just arrived. Who would care about his thoughts? Buzz. Buzz. The sound of weapons being unsheathed could be heard. The 6 of them actually pulled out their weapons and started to face each other. "If you want to fight with me, you're really looking for death." Boom. At this moment, one of the pockmarked young men's aura suddenly burst out. Judging from his aura, he had actually reached the 4th grade Great Martial Master realm. The other 5 young men's faces changed instantly. "Lu Matzi, you've actually broken through to the 4th grade Great Martial Master realm? When did that happen?" A young man shouted in shock. Unexpected, right? I've already made a breakthrough, so let's see how you can compete with me. Get lost now, I need this secret chamber to consolidate my cultivation." Lu Matzi shouted coldly, and his powerful aura began to wreak havoc in the cave. The other 5 people's expressions were very unsightly, but they didn't dare to refute. Most of them were at the 2nd or 3rd grade Great Martial Master realm, and they were no match for a 4th grade Great Martial Master. "Damn it, I've waited for 7 days and finally found a hothead. It seems like I've waited for nothing." A tall young man growled unhappily. He stepped back helplessly and stood to the side. The others were silent for a moment and then retreated. Lu Matzi laughed arrogantly and proudly. He then turned to look at Lu Ming and said, "Brat, I want this secret room of yours. Also, hand over all the inscription stones you have and get lost. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't make things difficult for you." 4th grade Great Martial Master? When Lu Matzi revealed his cultivation, Ming Feng was no longer nervous. He mumbled to himself and looked at Lu Matzi with a strange expression. Lu Ming could easily take care of a group of 3rd and 4th grade grandmaster geniuses with one move. What was Lu Pozi to him? Ming Feng had already started to mourn for Lu Matzi. So pitiful. Ming Feng muttered in his heart as he looked at Lu Matzi's arrogant expression. Are you sure you want to do this? Don't you want to think about it? Lu Ming looked at Lu Matzi and said with a faint smile. Nonsense, what's there to consider? Stop wasting my time. Lu Matzi shouted. If that's the case, then fine. Hand over your storage ring and get lost? Lu Ming said indifferently. What? What did you just say? Lu Matzi was stunned and thought he had heard wrong. Hurry up, I don't want to repeat myself. Lu Ming said. Ha, brat, you still want my storage ring? I think you're crazy. Let me cure you. Lu Matzi laughed out loud. He took a step forward and sent a palm strike at Lu Ming. Bang! Immediately after, the others heard a loud boom and saw a figure flying backward. He fell heavily on the ground and screamed repeatedly. It was Lu Matzi. The other 5 young men were stunned. Lu Matzi was defeated, and the key was that he was defeated too quickly. They did not even see how Lu Matzi was defeated. Buzz! Lu Ming moved like a ghost and appeared in front of Lu Matzi. He stepped on Lu Matzi's face, causing his face to fall heavily to the ground. Lu Matzi screamed. The other 5 young men felt a chill run down their spines and their teeth hurt. Expert, so he's a top expert. Thank God I didn't make a move just now. It's all Lu Matzi's fault. If it wasn't for him, I would be the one in trouble. I have to thank Lu Matzi. The other 5 young men secretly rejoiced, their palms sweating. Now, hand over your storage ring. Lu Ming looked down at Lu Matzi and said indifferently. I'll pay. Lu Matzi shrieked in pain and handed the storage ring to Lu Ming while trembling. He simply wanted to die. He originally thought that he had picked up a bargain, but in the end, he suffered a double loss. What a terrible loss. I won't come and occupy the secret room anymore. It's too much. Lu Matzi screamed in his heart. Lu Ming took the storage ring and moved his feet away. Get lost. Yes. Lu Matzi rolled and crawled, struggling to get up, and was about to go up. Gotcha. At this moment, the door of a secret room opened. Buzz! With a flash, a figure came out of it. It was a man in his 20s. He was wearing a black robe and had a cold expression. The moment he came out, he scanned the surroundings. Bai Long, it's Bai Long. The other young men's expressions changed drastically when they saw the black-robed young man. Who has the inscription stone? Hand it over now. My time in the secret room is up. I need to continue cultivating and break through a martial technique. Bai Long shouted, his eyes like lightning, and he didn't hide his powerful aura at all. A 5th grade great martial master. This young man was actually a 5th grade great martial master. Suddenly, Bai Long's gaze landed on the secret room behind Lu Ming. The secret room that just opened is perfect for me to use. Then, he strode towards the secret room. Lu Ming moved his feet slightly and stood in front of Bai Long. This secret chamber is mine. Bai Long was stunned. He sized Lu Ming up and a cold smile appeared on his face. Yours? Then let me have it now. Although he said let, his tone was strong and domineering. It was a direct command. I'm sorry, I won't let you win. Lu Ming said indifferently. Not allowed? Kid, it seems like you don't know who I am. I'll say it again, I'm going to cultivate my martial skill in the secret room now. If I'm delayed by you and my martial skill can't break through, can you bear the responsibility? Bai Long said coldly. If you need a secret chamber, open it yourself. Don't grumble here. What does it have to do with me if you need to practice martial arts? Get out of here, I still need to practice. Lu Ming waved his hands as if he was chasing away flies. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.